Hey everybody, Quantum Show. Oh, J- Joe's already here. Hey Joe. Okay, I'm setting everything up, sharing links, etc. Let's see here. I have to share the show. Let me see. Well, howdy. How did you get here so quick? Okay, thank you for coming by. Thanks for coming in. I'm going to send you the link in a few minutes or in just a minute. Howdy. How did you get here so? All right. Blue Chicken, what's up? I am looking at everybody on the big screen over here. Here's the deal. I don't have a way to use my microphone because I listen to the sound coming off of this. It's not so great. Microphone's better. And the video using my netbook is potato, straight up potato. So I am not going to be using it. I'm going to be getting a webcam and using the computer instead of the phone because the way this is set up, the phone, I don't get to use all the fancy little features until I get a desktop working. And using the netbook is not going to happen. It's too slow. It kills the battery. And even if it's plugged in, just won't work. Impractical. I'd need a whole nother desktop just to use it like a desktop. So, yeah. Hey, Boomtendo, welcome to the Quantum Show. And yeah, I'm going to share the links now. Let's see. Share the show. Today is perception and how we see everything. Going to Facebook and Twitter. If it works. Everything is working. So let's see here. Okay. I'm just tossing the link, setting up the show. And well, everything is pretty much as set up as it's going to get. So yeah, maybe I should have the goggles with me. They're in the car. I was out looking around. Didn't take video of it, but that's okay. I did take some footage earlier. Yeah, I can't share anything right now. I can't share anything right now. So let's go to Twitter. I have invited everyone on the show. And I mean, as guests, I want to have a guest, but I need to get the hardware set up before I can do any of that. It looks like I have a message on Twitter later. Well, come on. Okay. Quantum Show for Facebook and Twitter links are out to watch the show. Oh, okay. I got a message on. Okay, that was 4 hours ago. So I will have to come back to that later. Hey, Goof On Show today was really good. Okay. Now I'm going to put the link in the chat. This is really, Joe, this is for you. Because takes a second, everything has to load. Okay. Joe, this is for you. link is in the chat. Okay, I wanted to, before I do all the perception and things, and the design and goggles, because Shadow wants to be here, and I want him to be here too. So I want to talk about something else. Something that I do have something I can bring up. Is scrying. Okay. Now this is, since I'm using my phone, all right, as soon as I see you pop in, I will bring you on. That link is for Joe. I'm not going to let anybody else in at the moment. Okay, scrying. Scrying mirrors. Classically, they are black, silvered black mirrors, or just shiny black, right? I think they were talking about these things. Phones, yeah. And I think that in the quantum life of stuff, quantum perception of stuff, here comes Joe. Okay, anyway, I won't get started until just a minute. I think, no, I hit the wrong button. All right, I hit the right button that time. Joe, are you here? Hey. Are you speaking yet?
Permission to come on board, Captain.
Granted, welcome aboard. I have something here. Oh, that would have been your private chat to me, I think. Yeah. Well, there's nobody in the private chat right now but me. So it's all good. Hey, welcome to the show. Thanks for stopping by. So
I'm
Joe,
glad everybody's here.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of people coming in later. So that's cool. As soon as they tell me they're here, I'm waiting on Shadow and possibly others, but we'll see.
What about Sun?
Sun might be coming on. I don't know. They're not in the same room together today. They're doing their show right now, and they have a little ways to go. I think they have about 45 minutes to go, 40 something. He said he was going to be on for 2 hours.
I found what you put on Facebook today about ghosts interesting, about people's expression about ghosts was, like spooky and limited vocabulary, really.
Yeah, very.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, because people, I don't think they can fathom how big of a deal it is. And it really is kind of a big deal because they have no way to, I mean, that's pop culture. They have no way to express that kind of stuff except things like spooky. And I did put up a little TikTok video. When I get my hardware set up, I will be able to share screen and share video and do all that cool stuff. But I'm not there yet. But yeah, people have.
I just picked up two screens from the ham radio auction. You may want to see if you got a local ham radio club around you. They were 25 cents each.
That's cool. That's cool because
you know how that goes. How many vehicles did we fill up?
I know. Auction after auction after auction, we were just kept going back.
Yeah, okay. You and your space center too.
The NASA boxes. Right. That was cool. But yeah, I would like to get a separate screen, but due to lack of space, my desk, I've got a Walmart special and it is not ready for 2 monitors. I can barely get 1 monitor and speakers. So I might have just a little monitor just to show what I'm doing, like on a tripod or something, just a little one.
What about
but anyway,
what about one from one of the pies, like orange pie. They have little bitty tiny monitors.
Oh, I don't want to build one. I just want to plug one in. The computer will handle the several monitors. I've run 3 monitors off this thing, but I don't have room for one. I don't want a screen this big.
Okay.
Maybe,
okay.
yeah, just something. Go ahead.
The Raspberry Pi would handle a full-size screen, but you know, other than mounting it on the ceiling, from what you told me, it doesn't look like it's a possibility.
No, I mean, I don't mind. I would like to have like one of those displays from a CD or DVD system in a car, like a 6-inch screen or 8-inch screen. That would be perfect. And I would just have it to where I can just pull it up as needed over this side, over here, and then fold it back down when I'm not doing anything with it. Just turn it off, fold it down. That would be optimal, but whatever. Working on it. I'm also getting a webcam, and I need a USB hub to.
You're
I
not
might.
the only one.
Yeah, I might start using the netbook, but I don't know. I'm planning and I'm thinking and seeing what happens. Alrighty then. Hi, Lee. Is welcome to the show, Lee. Hey, Sarah. Thanks for coming in, Sarah. I have got Quantum Show going on. Got new shirt. Finally. I don't know if this is my first alien shirt, but this is the first alien shirt I've had in a while. So I might get some Quantum Show t-shirts made to give away, because selling things is such a hassle. I would rather just give them away. Hey, Sarah. I'm good.
If you believe that, we've got some land to sell you out here in the desert that grows sweet potatoes really well.
Well, you want to give it to me? Because I'll take it.
I don't know if you were around when I picked up the 25 acres in the desert, and
I think I was.
Whoa! I don't know what happened. You were a little louder that time. Let me check my settings.
Testing, sound check, sound checking. How do I sound?
You sound great.
Okay. Alrighty then. But yeah, today I'm gonna do some dicyanin talk about the goggles. But first I'm going to talk about perception and scrying. Then I will go into the dicyanin. And apparently I've got some work to do on my own self to be able to use them properly. And yeah, well, talk about the dicyanin. But I did take a video earlier. Took one earlier today. I walked around with the lens over the camera, right? And caught some stuff that I didn't see at the time. And actually, Shingoji saw it and told me about it. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even see that. Yeah, you're right. It's there. There's a couple of things there. And what makes me think, thank you, Sarah, says I sound good. I want to sound better. My Guitar Hero mic makes this thing sound like Fisher Price.
Yeah, no, what's surprising is those little microphones that come on a little chip. It's for the Android and things like that. Not the Android, Arduino. It's for the Arduino. Those microphones are tremendous. They have a wonderful frequency response. I was really surprised. They're like $2. They're cheap as chips.
I might have to get one. They're
They
not
are a chip.
they're not built into a final product though. They're like a component.
Right, they're like a component. You would have to make up the cable. Like if you want to go through your USB port, you'd have to make up the cable, but and supply it power, which you could use the same USB port to do that.
It just needs to filter it. Okay. Hey, Lamblin's here. Thanks for stopping in. Rose tinted goggles. Yeah, not rose. They're weird. Did everyone get a chance to watch my video from earlier today? It's been up, okay, since this afternoon.
But I missed the 833 one.
Oh, that was just a little hardware setup and it didn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
That was just, the 8:33, 8 minutes and 33 seconds. It wasn't very long at all. It was just making sure stuff was working and how to make things happen, and it didn't. It was audio only. I was using the desktop with no camera. I'm about to get a camera. I just got to figure some stuff out. But anyway, I walked around with the goggles and used them as a camera lens, camera filter. And let me see here. Get those glasses and let you see in other dimensions. Not exactly other dimensions. Not exactly other dimensions.
More like a frequency shift.
Yes. According to everything, what it allows you to do using dicyanin dye goggles is it decreases the light that your eyes normally perceive, and it increases the light your eyes do not normally perceive to get your eyes and your brain trained to look at stuff in that frequency. And apparently mine is not trained yet, because I was walking around with them. I didn't see a thing. All I saw was a general color shift, but the actual camera picked stuff up. And I did see something the second day I had them. Last week I saw, a 2-foot tall something moving through the tree line, and it was pointed on top. And it was doing this. And I was like, that is not a gnome. Oh my God, that cannot be a gnome. It might be though, because it was in the same area that Shingoji saw two eyes very close together, not like a human, and too tall to be, well, it could have been a possum, but the thing was, there was no light shining into the bush where it was seen. And also across the yard in the bush next to the house on the corner, 2 more reflections. And I thought about it. I was like, okay, the 2 that Shin saw could have been light coming through the trees. Points for, the sun was behind the trees. Points against is there was a tiny bit of wind, and it is forest through there, dense trees. Wind would not have let light go through, and it wouldn't have stayed regular like that. And as for the ones that I saw, it was in front of a brick wall. There was no way for light to make it from the brick wall through up, and there was no light shining into it. So whatever was being seen was glowing. And, oh, hello. Michael's Drones and RC Hobby. Hey, thanks for stopping by on a live. Yeah. And we're talking about perception. And we're going to be getting deeply into the cyanin goggles in a little while. Right now, we're talking about perception. Okay, as everyone here knows, if you don't know this stuff, you wouldn't be here, right? If you didn't know that we can only see a fraction of we can only detect with our native features a fraction of light. We only can. It's only a small fraction. We can't see into the electromagnetic. We can't see into the infrared. We can't see into the ultraviolet. We cannot see into the sound. We can hear sound, but even we're limited there too. Our perception is very narrow for what is there. So these goggles, well, general, I'm going to get into the goggles later, right? More into the goggles later. But our perception is so limited. That's why we use devices to see things, to transmit things, to listen to things. Ghost hunting uses infrared, ultraviolet to detect things that aren't there. And the cameras typically, a cell phone camera will pick it up because it is light, and it will pick it up. Like, I've got an infrared light here that's supposed to be indoor, outdoor. It's garbage. It's not exactly garbage, but it's super dim. I'm running it on, I got it right here. Okay, it is this, right? Got it on Amazon. And this camera will not pick this up when it's turned on. I could turn it on, you would only see the red indicators to show power is being applied. Each one of those LEDs have a little red indicator. Let me see. That says I have power applied. It just shows power applied. And if I was to plug it in right now, I've got a 1 amp power supply that I use to power the lights in one of the printers. And I don't know if it takes more than 1 amp. There's no rating on this cheap crap saying, and there was no book, only a book that says, thank you for buying this light. That's all it had with it. And it's got a Lux button on the top. It apparently does nothing. Because I do have a camera that will pick it up, right? And I was able to see something with it. But I've got a little sound kit. It's the kind where when you open a box or a card and the light hits it, it plays a sound, pre-recorded sound. I programmed it to where every time I turn the room light on, it makes a droid sound. And it works, right? Well, this, I have to be 4 feet or so from it for it to pick it up, but it does pick it up. But I'm pretty sure that the power supply I'm using needs to just be bigger, maybe 4 amp, or maybe 3 or 4 amp. And it uses just a regular old barrel plug, right? And that's what this is. Shingoji, this was that light I was telling you about. It's useless, practically useless, because you have to have your own power supply. And I don't know exactly the amperage rating of it. And I don't know. I'm setting it aside and not going to use it for a while. But anyway, we get back to using cameras and filters and things to pick up on things like infrared, ultraviolet, all that, right? And we are meant to not see that stuff because it crowds our mental capacity. It just does. I mean, if we could hear everything in all the frequencies and see everything, everything would distract us. And it takes away from what we're trying to do by what is happening, right? L, thanks for coming in. Could be a bad cob. Yeah, maybe. Or it could just be a cheap power supply that I'm using that is powering an LED strip rather than this big honking light. It's supposed to be super bright.
You know, they estimate that we can see 700 130 billion colors within the limited spectrum we can see.
Okay.
So I can imagine what increasing that spectrum even 10% would require.
Yeah. And it would overwhelm us. We would be overwhelmed, and we would be so distracted we wouldn't be able to exist the way we do. We all know this. And if anybody here doesn't know this, you're at the wrong show, right? This is not beginner's class. This is Quantum Show is not beginner's class. And I'm just checking the chat. Okay. Keeps putting me in top chat. I run this shit. Don't put me in top chat. Okay. All right. Oh, Michael's drones. I did not get a chance to get that tank yet. I had car repairs come up. I have not been able to get that tank on Amazon. It looks interesting, and it looks like it would be a lot of fun to use, but I have not been able to get it yet. I will leave a link. I need to take notes so I can leave links for the show. First link is going to be the Amazon tank. You might be interested in this one, Joe. It has a toy price, but it has hobby features. Like it has variable speed forward and backward, unlike a toy, which is just full on and off, right? So, let me see here. No, I'm still looking at the chat. Okay. I don't think he means, here we go with perception. Miscommunication. 16, we can't even see 16 million colors from digital RGB. It means all the shades of those colors, all of it, not just the basics, all the shades, every bit of lighting, every bit of ups and downs throughout the frequency. I know what he's talking about, right? And
well, it's only 1.36% of the total population that are what they call tetrachromatics, which is the top level, which is the one I mentioned. That's the top level of people being able to see colors.
Okay.
General population, of course, is under that.
Right. Yeah, but that is what the Quantum Show is for. That kind of information is what the Quantum Show is for. I'm just looking at making sure I am not being spoken to over here. I need to get to something. And yeah, I will. Oh, Joe, if you will leave me a link, I will put it in the show description after about what you just mentioned.
All right.
Find an article, a decent article. And okay. And before I get too far into that, I wanted to get into scrying using the black mirrors. Vintage classic thought is use a black mirror. Just like in what else? Thank you. Got it. I will keep this and post it after the show. Perfect. That's perfect right there. Typing. Okay, well, I'll just have to go to that link. Okay, in the quantum realms, every contact made, everyone has said that there is no such thing as time. And everything is happening at once. And that, all right, we and time is an illusion set up so we can exist and grow, etc. If you're here, you already know all this, right? So if everything is already happened, and existence is a kind of matrix setup, then maybe those guys back then, the mystics, were tapping into their quantum thread, seeing through our devices, webcams, phone cams. Maybe that's what was going on. And since there is no space and time, it's also possible maybe we can contact them. That is something I'm going to be thinking on, trying to figure out how to do now that we have a common thing, a common point of focus is a black mirror. I'm going to see if I can talk to the past. Maybe send a fax. You know that joke? The IT crowd? Joe?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. The joke is the guy gets a call and says, he gets asked, can you send me a fax? He goes, no, I can't send you a fax. Well, why not? Because I'm living in the future and I can't send a fax to the past. Use email.
You know, they have mathematically, virtually proven that you can send a particle to the past.
Yes.
Now, let's see them come up with the equipment to do it, but
yeah, mathematically on paper, yeah. Now enter the quantum. That's why enter the quantum. We are the equipment. We are the gateway, our minds, and we have to I don't know. Some people say raise the frequency, some people say lower the frequency. I'm going to look at the chat. Okay. Correct. If all time exists simultaneously, we should be able to move to any point in it. Correct. That is what I'm getting at. Hence why we have all these filters. I don't mean hardware filters. I mean mental filters, mental barriers. Mystics for forever have been talking about being able to talk to other places and other things. And I've been reading up on remote viewing. By the way, that Russell Targ book, not very good. This one, much, much better. Much, much better. I'm going to leave a link for this one. Joseph McMoneagle. I'm going to leave a link. Remote Viewing Secrets, a handbook. It gives a structured method. That Limitless Mind by Russell Targ, it just talks about how cool remote viewing is. It doesn't say how to do it or how to give you a method on how to make it happen. This one does. And it gives you a structure that doesn't necessarily have to be followed word for word, but it does help because we think in things of levels and grades and ranks and things like that. So does this book. So does the method in this book. This is a good one. Joseph McMoneagle, Remote Viewing Secrets. And they're all fairly cheap because this is an older book. They're all older book. It's marked $16.95, but I think I paid $8 for it. And I am going through it. A lot of it is, some of it is how cool the stuff is, but the majority of it is how to do it, what you should look for, what you should not be doing. And I'm trying to get through it. It's not an easy read, not a beginner's book. Limitless Mind is a beginner's book. It is very novice and it doesn't tell you how to do anything in it. And I'm more than halfway through it and I'm just like putting it down, done with it for now. Okay, still addressing L in the chat, saying that we should be able to move to any point in it. Correct. And people say they have done that. So why aren't other people doing this? And I will go with R. Keith Andrews on this, saying you cannot because of the way this matrix is set up, you cannot move forward and backward in time. You can move forward, but we are moving forward right now. But you can't go backwards. However, we can perceive it and send information back. So that's where I have a rub with him. And I'm like, if we can send information, if we're all energy, then we are information, and then we should be able to go back. But I think we'd be breaking the matrix, and we shouldn't do that because bad things happen. Bad things happens to wizards when you mess with time, Harry. Indirect quote. Yeah. So okay. Disclaimer: I can't think of better quotes than Harry Potter quotes for a lot of this stuff. They're good, and I have no problem with the stories told. I don't know the author. I know she's been touted to be anti this or anti that. I don't care. It doesn't apply to me or the topics. All right. I see somebody said something. Oh,
yes.
okay.
I've added a link in there about sending the particle to the past.
Okay. I will follow that link and add it after the show. Thank you. Okay.
Now, the thing is, a lot of the scientists are saying we can't go to the future because the future has multiple paths.
Oh, it gets so cool.
Yeah. But the past only has the one path. We set it in concrete by going through it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is some heavy thought. I love it. And thinking about it on a quantum level, yeah, we set it in concrete. Concrete. What is it? What do they say in Doctor Who? Fixed point in time. I'm so sorry. That's our past. Most of the past, anyway. But multiple past leading to the present, which is really cool. We are at the nexus. It's like the nexus is traveling through, and you can only think about this stuff in a line. It's too hard for our human brains to wrap it around that time is all at once. We are designed for this. We're wired for this. So when you try to break out of that wiring, really bad stuff happens. We get things like schizophrenia. We get things like not being able to concentrate, and all kinds of mental issues, right? So
well, that's not what the good doctor told me.
What doctor? Go ahead.
Well, actually, he didn't tell me. It was Bob, disaster relief Bob,
Mm-hmm.
who told me that the good doctor told him that time is like a Mobius strip. You're on one part of it, you can't see another part of it. But if you cut it, you end up with two linked Mobius strips.
Okay.
Because you know a Mobius strip, don't you?
What movie are you saying?
No, not a movie. It's a Mobius strip.
Oh, I do know what a Mobius strip is. Yeah.
Yeah. You take a piece of paper, a long strip of paper, and just twist the end and glue it back together again. And then you start off at one end, and as you go around, you find out you're tracing both inside and outside. And if you were to cut along that line, you end up with two Mobius strips that are connected together.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Einstein kind of thought of time.
Yeah, with the present being the connecting point. We are the connecting point right now. And welcome to the show, Big Box. Thanks for coming. I see you in the chat room. Oh, Lamblin's at work. Okay. Okay. Understandable. Oh, 11 people here. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, and all the nice sayings about the present is a gift. Okay. Okay. That feels good, but it doesn't explain much. It feels really good, but it doesn't explain much. And yeah, I think that since that has been out there, the idea that everything is happening at once is out there, and scrying mirrors, or possibly people mistaking these things. 'Cause look, it's reflecting. It's black. It's shiny. It was possibly they were seeing us in the quantum. They were seeing across energetically, not physically. And it's since they can see us, we could probably see them. Now, a lot of people would say, "Oh, well, we don't need to see them. It's the past. We can just read about them." Okay, go read about them. Go ahead.
Yeah, tell me what happened to the Gauls.
Yes. Yeah. Right. And what happened to? God, I need references. Too much stuff happens, and it's quantum. It's bouncing all over the place. Armenians. The Armenians. They have a horribly bad history. There was genocide so bad, and oh man, but no one wants to talk about it, and it's not written in textbooks. And the American Indians, and uh, so many other people, and we're here now, and we're trying to. Well, I am trying, at least energetically, I am trying to make better decisions using going along and harm none, do as you will. And I talked about that on here once. It's harder to do than one would think. It's
And then you
quite
actually
difficult.
you get up to the point where it's impractical.
Yeah.
You know,
And to
do I
put it
get do
mildly, to put it simply, and then there's the, well, why is it impractical to do the right thing? And it's a big discussion. Big discussion.
okay, I'm in line for a job promotion. You're in line for the same job promotion. If I do my absolute best and keep my nose to the grindstone, I may get that job promotion and you not. But you've got 3 kids to take care of. Do I harm you by doing my best? If I if I don't do my best, am I harming my employer?
And if you don't do your best, are you harming yourself?
Right. Right.
Right.
It
None
get
includes you.
it gets complicated.
It gets very complicated, and then we just have to make the best of the situation, and then we get back to what we're all. There are no easy decisions. There is no easy situation. So yeah, we do the best we can to harm as little as possible, as few as possible, or at least as possible. So yeah, that's a good example. That's a good example. I wouldn't have thought of that one.
You've heard it before. It's all
Yeah,
right. It's been what, 20 years?
yeah, more than 20 years. Wow. Um, so yeah, if we're looking back, if they were looking forward and seeing these things, we could look back, and they're trying to use them. They're tapping into their own quantum threads to look into the future. We can
It has to
tap
be
into
a
our
it has to be a black mirror. I saw it. It has to be a black mirror.
right when it really doesn't. But it's a
Right.
focus point. It's a focal point. It's a common thing that we can both agree on. This is going to be like a network protocol. It's the handshake. We can both use a black mirror. And I think of things like that. I liken it to networking protocols and how to agree on a rule, which is the black mirror. So that is something I've been playing with, and these things are not big projects to do. Black Mirror, this phone barely works, and it will suffice, right, to do what I want to do, because we're not working with hardware. We're working with our quantum threads, and
Well,
that
there's my
stuff.
my black. There's my black magic ball.
Yes.
He's a black onyx.
Yeah. Anything to wake up your quantum thread and get you to hook into that energy pathway, and it will work. I mean, everything takes practice, and everything takes patience and developing self control. And something else, the reason I want to talk about this is because remote viewing. I'm reading this book, and they mentioned scrying mirrors. I'm like, okay, I see what they meant. That's not where I got the idea about the black mirror, but they were talking about scrying mirror and how people were tapping into their own quantum selves to be somewhere else, to be able to perceive somewhere else. And yeah, it's the mystics had it right. Remote viewing done by the government is not as good as the way they were doing it probably 800 years ago or 3,000 years ago. Remote viewing seems like a washing of the old school in order to be accepted by modern people. Because, like you said, we both said, I gotta leave. I got a little bit of a toothache going on. Got to do. Oh.
Hope I haven't been broadcasting.
Oh, you got a toothache too?
Yes, sir.
Quantum Link. That's all the Quantum Link. Well, hopefully we can both heal them up. I got antibiotics coming, and I'll be fine. But it's been bothering me.
I got some goldenrod root coming, so basic same idea.
Yeah. But yeah, the magic has been the idea that technology is catching up with magic is completely true, because they've been doing things in primitive tribes, and we have just figured out how to do a few of those things technologically. And I've been able to pull off a bunch of tricks using magical practice that technology can't accept. The candle trick.
Well,
Where you
that's
take
air pressure.
Oh, it is at 6 to 10 inches. But then when you doing it, I was able to do it from about 10 feet away. Not air pressure anymore. Or if it is air pressure, I'm controlling the air pressure between my hand and the flame, which is also supposedly impossible in an atmospheric condition. I move air over here, it doesn't necessarily mean the air in the other side of the room is going to do anything at all.
Yeah, why
Or
do you think
nothing
I had
predictable.
everybody? Why do you think I had everybody? Why do you think I had everybody play with the candles?
Yeah, it is such a neat little thing to do. Okay, people, this is not secret anything, right? Get you a candle. By the way, I used this candle to establish a quantum link with a friend of mine just the other day. Very interesting. Something told me to pick this up. I was going through Dollar Tree and I was like, I need a candle. I don't know why I need it, but I need that candle. So I grabbed it, needed it, and it worked. Anyway, This one happens to be apple cinnamon. Very nice. And okay, candle trick. Here's how you do it. You light the candle. I'm not going to do it here because I got all kinds of air movement going around. I'm talking. That's air. You light the candle, right? You twitch. I use a twitch. Right? Everybody see that? I twitch. Now that is obvious air pressure around the actual, it would be around the actual flame. But then you don't even have to concentrate hard. Just watch the flame. But keep your hand twitching, right? Just a twitch. Not like that, just a twitch. And then back away from it. Keep back in, but don't stop watching the candle. Don't even bother trying to concentrate. Just keep going back, and it will stay doing its little dance as if it was very close to you. Very cool stuff. That is your quantum affecting the physical, your energy self affecting the physical. Try it. If it doesn't work, I will send you 25 cents. PayPal, Cash App.
But I can make it not work, okay?
Yes, I know you can. I know you can make it not work. I'll send you a quarter, okay?
Okay.
Minus tax, minus delivery, minus binders, minus local tax, minus internet tax.
Wait 1 second. The delivery fee is more than the quarter. I'm going in the whole winning here.
Okay. L has said energy data moving back in time, cryptids and people that went back and failed, merging with other things along the way, corrupted data? Possibly. Very possible. We have no way to tell. We're living in the point of, what is that? I don't want to call it nexus, but the point of convergence. We're living in the point of convergence, and any changes will have already been made. We can't tell. They're changed. The only people who can tell are people who have that quantum link. And I'm sure people are seeing, man, all the universe jumpers, timeline jumpers. Look on TikTok. Oh, I got a new subscriber. The fourth bird. Thank you. Send a Bitcoin fragment. Big Buck says, send a Bitcoin fragment. I did see it's all wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Very much. Elon Z. I don't know where my sonic screwdriver for the 10th Doctor is right now. It's in a box. But yeah, we're living in the convergence point. So any changes, we can't normally tell. It's going to happen then, and the effect is already here. And we're already seeing whatever it was. But Ashley Entangled, she changed her TikTok handle, but it's Ashley Entangled on TikTok. Talking about not Mandela effect, but Mandela effect. She is in her videos with, if you remember this instead of this, then maybe you came from the same reality that I'm from. And yeah, I remember a whole lot that's different. But my interstate experience, I still am not over that. That was so confusing. It's still confusing, and it breaks in my head to think of it. If you haven't seen it, it's a very short TikTok, and yeah, it's a TikTok video I put up. I'm like, what the heck just happened? I was on one interstate, then I was on a totally different one. I didn't take an exit. I didn't do anything. I just went boop, boop, and I was just there. I was like, oh my God, what happened? Got 11 likes. Oh my gosh. That's awesome, y'all. Thank you. 13 watching. 13 and we watching. Are at 50. Yeah, 13 watching. It says you got 55 minutes in. Yeah, my hair looks crazy. I washed my car, kinda, today. I went over it with soap and water. I only ran over 1 yard light in the process. I
Oh,
have
now you've
plenty
got
of yard lights.
100%.
Yeah, awesome. Yes, I hit like 15. Awesome. Thank you. The show is not monetized, though I may do giveaways. I want shirts. I want a shirt, and I might do giveaways. I don't know. And someone said, I am on the fence about this, but someone has said, put a buy a coffee in the description. And I'm like, I might do that to where people can donate, but I don't really need donations. I mean, it would be great, but I don't know. That's up in the air.
Well, you know, some people have started this and ended up giving up their full-time job
Yeah,
because they
I
were
won't be
making
one of those
more than.
guys. Yeah, I won't be one of those guys because I simply don't have this kind of content. This is a very niche way of thinking, and I'm taking it from a spiritual, energetic standpoint, not nuts and bolts. And most people are not going to be able to understand this. I can say maybe 20 people who've been here in this chat can understand that.
I think we
And
take it from both sides. I think we always have. And I'm talking about both of us. I think we've always have. Ever
yeah,
since I met you, it's always been, okay, this works. Why? Magic works. Why? And we've drawn people like Warren York and other individuals to us. And we've also seen it in textbooks and things like that. Explanations of how we're doing these things.
yeah. Man, what a history.
Right.
People think I came out of the woodwork. No, I've been doing all this weirdness for 20 plus years. And I believe it all started when I hit my head when I was 4 years old. Of course, my sister and my family does weird stuff. They never hit their heads. I don't know if that gives me an edge or not, but just does it. And, but yeah, we've been doing this. You've seen me do it. You have the unique perspective of watching me go from where I was to where I am. You're the only one who has that unique perspective of knowing me both back then and now in real time. You've got a quantum perspective. Because most of the people from back then don't talk to me. I have not kept up, and they have moved on, and it does not include.
Remember all my students at that time. You're too stern. You're too stern. But there was a reason for it.
Yeah, I learned that. I learned that reason because you can really royally screw up. And I watched a couple of people royally screw up. And I was like, nope, I am not going to be doing that. I am not going to be doing that. Really messing up their lives. Maybe some accidental necromancy by not following some general guidelines. Yeah. You know who you are. They might be watching. I don't know. General guidelines. Not going to get into it. Oh, update over there about the ghost, the haunting. I told him, take a candle. This is not a demon. This is not a shadow person. This is not something from somewhere else. This is a frustrated person. And they're still a frustrated person, right? So I told him, dude, get a candle or just something, or just something you can focus on. I suggest a candle because of the quantum stuff, right? But I said, dude, just get a candle, go down there and talk to him. He can hear you. And he did that. He had kind of a heart to heart, and he said he was glad nobody else was around because it was basically like talking to himself. But since then, there has been no bad activity, because it wasn't really bad activity anyway. It was just distracting, and it was all attention getting stuff. Every bit of it was attention getting stuff. Okay, Shadow Show might be over now. Oh, Sarah, thanks for subscribing. I thought you had already subscribed. But okay, hey, thanks. But yeah, he did that. And yeah, everything that was happening over there was attention getting. Like, pay attention to me. You're gonna know it's me. You're I don't know if I brought this up on here, but when I was over there, the way my guides talked to me, he was talking to me. I just thought I was imagining it. But apparently I was not, because it was in his voice that I remember. And it was like, yeah, what he kept saying was, yeah, he kept saying a variation of this over and over. He he would say, yeah, you know it's me now, huh? Yeah, you're going to know it's me, huh? Yeah, you definitely know it's me, huh? Yeah, it's me. You know it's me. That kind of thing, over and over, as the channels were changing, as it was doing this, as it was doing that. And I heard it the way the guides talked to me. I heard it. I was like, I got to be imagining this. But later on, I was like, nope, not imagining. Oh, talk about spirit guides and ghosty, lose half the crowd. That's okay. That's okay. It's totally okay. It's not for them. It's too spooky.
Well, they're looking for the weebly wobblies and the flying
Timey
saucers.
wimeys. Mm-hmm.
Timey wimeys, flying saucers.
Can't have. Oh, flying saucers. I found this. I went to a thrift shop today. I found a flying saucer. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my goodness!
It's a Ryan's World toy. It is a new toy, and you got it lights up and makes sound. Did you hear it? Oh wait,
Yes, definitely, I heard it.
okay. I forgot the microphone is over here, not on the phone. But yeah, lights up and everything.
I am biting my tongue. Okay.
Okay. But I found that for like $2, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to get that. It's a flying
that's
saucer.
a good deal. The electronics in is worth that.
Mm-hmm. Thrift shop. It's incomplete. It's supposed to have an action figure and like a little thing for the bottom. Yeah, it's like $40 new. It's a current for sale toy, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna pay $40 for it. James, I did not see you come in. James, welcome to the show. Great to have you. You can come in if you're interested. Just let me know if you're interested to come in, because you're part of the show. You started with us. And Shadow Show is, I guess it's still going on. Oh, maybe Shadow Show is letting out. And Cal has come in. Cal Vanoni, welcome aboard. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming by. Okay, we're just bouncing all over the place. I'm not really focusing on a topic right now. We're talking about time communication and scrying mirrors, and not even talked about aliens. The only alien we got is a toy flying saucer and this shirt. Who we got? Somebody is coming in. It's James. Gunga Din.
How's it going, guys?
I think you're here. Okay, you're here. Welcome
What's
back.
happening? Thanks. It's good to be back.
Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing better because I think I heard, huh?
Just been a bit sore, just a few problems with my spine, but otherwise, okay, you know, pretty good. Trying to get my wargaming projects on track. It's like you can buy a lot of minis, but then you got to paint them.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
We had a shop here in town. You could buy them.
Yeah. Well, I deleted my PayPal account so that I am not tempted anymore.
That's one way to do it.
I have to put limits on myself, otherwise the house will just fill up with elves and goblins and 19th century cavalry.
Oh, Shadow is here. Link is at the top of the chat, but I'm going to have to paste it in there again. Wait. I'm going to have to grab another link.
Talk about time.
Yeah, I was just on his stream like a moment ago. You reminded me of that.
This is back when you were doing the light.
Yep. Okay. I heard you text me right now. Okay. I am putting the link in the chat now. A new link. This is for Shadow and Sun. Link is in. Okay, link is in the chat, and you should be able to click it and, you know, do the hocus pocus clicky clicky. There he is. All right.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Horrible.
Oh man, you're such a liar. You're on Nathan's show. I can't tell you how much I look forward to this every week. My show was a lot of fun. I'm glad you were there, James. I hope you saved up some energy because
I didn't realize how much I actually get out of doing it.
I'm telling you, man. Echo. Is that me?
Yeah, I'm hearing through your speaker, Shadow.
Okay, you know what? Can you send me the link in Messenger and I'll pop out and go through there?
Facebook, you mean?
Yeah, Facebook Messenger, yeah.
I don't think I can use Facebook and this at the same time.
Okay. Let me pop out and make sure I close YouTube.
Okay.
That's what I did last week.
Okay.
That's all right. We'll get it sorted out. So what's been happening? How are the goggles going? I watched one video. It's very vibrant, kind of pink through red spectrum.
Yeah.
Light there. Have you tested it out on like living beings? Like, do you see any like light around them or anything like that yet?
I do not. But apparently the camera is, and he's coming back in right now.
Better?
Okay, he should be coming in.
Any echo?
Now. Still echoing.
Okay, let me put on some headphones, see if that'll fix it. Because what's happening is YouTube is still on and I can't close it, I think. Hold on a second.
If you just copy the link and then paste it into a browser, you can close everything else.
Yeah, but I can't copy and paste with my tablet.
Yeah, you can. Just tap the actual link and hold it. And then it'll ask you if you want to copy it.
Okay, let me try that.
Yeah.
Control C.
He has a tablet. He doesn't have a keyboard.
Oh,
If you've got a keyboard, yeah, I'm doing mine on a tablet. I think it's time I did a bit of a tech upgrade, especially with all the rocketry flying over the shipping lanes at the moment. It's a good time to get a graphics card, boys, because they won't be around for a while. Actually,
Hell
the
is asking.
present.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say the present conflict, like, you know, I don't know whether that's a topic or not that's appropriate for today's show, and I certainly wouldn't be offering any kind of partisan commentary on it, but I wonder about the paranormal implications of that kind of level of violence ongoing in that territory. And I did hear a lot about the UFO sightings over some battlefields in Ukraine and Russia. So,
Really,
yeah,
I haven't heard that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Better?
Oh yeah, that is totally appropriate.
Okay.
All right, are we here? Is he here?
No.
Can you hear me? No echo?
No.
Okay,
Do we
cool,
have Shadow
cool.
yet? I hit
hear
add to
very-
stream.
I hear a very faint one way in the background.
Okay,
Not
well we
very
can deal with
faint.
that.
Maybe picked
How
up
about now?
by his headphones. That's better.
Okay, cool.
Much better. Yeah, Ukraine is totally okay to bring up, especially the UFO things. They're trying to debunk those, but I don't know. There's a lot
You mean the
going on there.
UFOs over? You mean the UFOs over the pipeline sabotage, or just something else?
Ukraine.
Over the whole battlefield area. Some of them are military things, you know, like military drones and that, but some of them are unexplainable or unexplained, I should say.
I mean, not only that, but I also wonder about the spiritual implications, because I've seen some footage that is pretty extreme. I don't know how real some of it is, but, you know, of the treatment of both sides, really, like, honestly, both sides engaging in some pretty heavy-duty behavior. Like, I just wonder if that doesn't have the potential to summon a kind of influence that drives the whole thing on, you know. Like, I wonder if the inability to make inroads and find a compromise isn't partly an entity-driven thing.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, it is. Totally is.
Yeah.
You're on the right track thinking about that, because, yeah, that kind of environment, those kinds of activities going on, it definitely brings in extra earth the things.
Yeah, I'm concerned that there might be some kind of demonic presence feeding off the whole thing, which is why it hasn't been resolved yet.
You mean the Clintons or the Bidens?
No,
Yeah, I
think
was
they've
about to
already
say,
fed off
our
it.
demons? I mean, the United
they've already
States demons?
I don't think they could feed off it any more than they already have. I mean, that's the other thing, is like, I wouldn't really say I had a side, but I certainly don't believe everything I hear in Western media. That's for sure. Especially when it comes to things like the pipeline and whatnot. But that's more of a geopolitics thing, not a quantum or a spiritual thing. On the quantum level, like some of the footage I've seen of people mistreating each other in captivity, and you know, just all the bodies and so on. You've got to wonder whether wars are always wars, or if they aren't sometimes burnt offerings.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know?
you're totally right. And to whom is another good question.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to say,
I don't know.
Maybe it's a bit of maybe we should, you know, sort of look at pivoting to raising the consciousness a bit, but it's just been something I've been thinking about over the past couple of days, that's all.
Yeah, well, I've had to shut it out because it was really stressing me all the way out. I mean, I was starting to get stomach issues and all kinds of stress-related stuff, and I was like, okay.
I'll tell
gotta
you one
come-
thing. Then.
Yeah, you know what? I
nuclear-
was feeling that a lot yesterday myself.
The nuclear issue is not something you should at all concern yourselves with. I don't think.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Maybe-
Because if you really want a piece of territory, you don't irradiate it first.
No,
You
well,
know?
I could see a couple of instances where it could get thermonuclear, but it would be false flaggy, if you know what I mean.
I was more worried about that myself. Yeah, I mean, there does seem to be a lot of effing around and not much finding out yet at the moment, especially. I mean, today the entire German Northern Rail line had its wires cut by saboteurs, so now they can't get supplies into Ukraine, which is interesting. So it's like these tit for tats will go on for some while, I think. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, you've got to wonder sometimes, like how productive some of these exchanges are, and how when everybody in the media seems to kind of line up behind escalating the issue, it's like, are they serving humanity or are they serving someone who would like to be rid of humanity?
Frankly, I think Putin could just declare himself the winner and pull out, because he's destroyed their economy for a decade at least.
Oh yeah, I mean, all of their talk about advances and so on, it's meaningless. They've given him a total pretext for just taking the gloves off now and finishing the job. And you know, like whatever that you think about the moral implications of that, it's probably better than having 5 years of this. You know. Connell.
Welcome aboard.
Hey,
Oh my
I
goodness!
thought you needed an hour.
I they don't need me to show up until 3:00 in the morning, so I got a bit. And even then, it's going to be a maybe.
Gee.
Welcome aboard. Welcome back.
Thank-
I didn't think I'd see you again, totally honest.
Why is that?
Cool, glad to have you.
I just didn't think this was your thing, but that's cool.
Oh, I'm very much I'm very much superstitious. I love I love folklore. Let's put it that way. And this is really up my thing. I don't normally have a lot of share, but I love listening to other people's stories. I have seen some weird shit over the years. Last couple
Right.
weeks ago with the black dog, that fucking freaked me out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no. I'm
And
here as long as-
especially all your deep delvings into astrology. Love it. Love that. You're still the astronologist around here.
I am horrible with words, man.
Yeah. Love it.
Okay,
Love it.
I am going to take 3. I'll be right back.
No worries, man.
I got like I said, it's deer season where I live, and I get paid to butcher deer, so it pays the bills. So I'm basically on call until deer season ends.
Are you having any issues with the deer getting that new zombie virus?
I haven't seen any of it as of yet.
I heard about that a while ago too. I was going to ask you.
So no, I mean, like I said, I haven't really heard of anybody bitching about it as of yet. Not to say that there's not going to be somebody that's going to pull on the Walking Dead version of
Venison?
yeah.
We don't have zombie deer, but we do have eldritch elk.
And what's that?
I just made it up.
Okay.
It's funny you bring up elk because I got 2 pounds of ground elk meat in my freezer. I'm going to be making chili.
Be
Elk
careful
chili.
what you wish for.
I don't wish for anything. God only knows who's listening.
Real quick shout out to Elle and Cal. Thanks for following us over. It's cool to have you guys. It's actually really cool. I'm understating that. You guys, you could do anything with your Saturday nights, and the fact that you hung out with us through the previous show and come on over here. I'm hoping that my son got the text message I sent him, and he'll be able to join us too, because he likes hanging out with you guys too. He had to leave my show early. He's over at his aunt's house doing family stuff.
Hey, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with family stuff.
Yeah,
You gotta
not my
like your
thing.
family though first.
Right. And I don't dislike them at all. I'm so weird that I have nothing to talk about, and when I do, all this conspiracy Alex Jones stuff comes flooding out of my mouth, and I can just see their eyeballs rolling in the back of their head, and they're like, they just don't get it.
My girlfriend's family are really good to me, but like I can't remember more than about 8 people, and there's a lot of them, and I'm just like, hey, relative, how are you?
No, I know them all. They've been really, really good to us, and I really have nothing bad to say about 99% of them. But I just, I'm not a big eater. I don't drink. I don't dance. They don't do a lot of dancing either. But and the music
he's
does.
over there. He's over there being a Mexican, and you're not
Yep.
a Mexican. Yeah. Fair
So
enough.
you're
Fair
a Mexican.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all. I've been a big fan of Mexican people. Most of my friends, all my life, have been.
Oh no,
I
I'm just saying that you don't like them. I'm just saying you can't keep up with them.
No,
Well,
it's not that either.
Morrissey likes Mexicans, and he doesn't like anybody, so they must be all right.
No, I like them a lot, but there's only so much I can talk about guns and politics and stuff, and I know they're regretting how some of them voted. Others, they voted right alongside me, and I'm like shocked as hell and glad. But this year and last, I've my finances are okay. My investments are all good, which is surprising, to be honest, which really makes me worry about the people who are, who started my investments for me, for my family. And I'm like, I don't want to know. As long as they stay where they're at, they can go down a little bit. They have, but 2 years ago, they were a lot better. I'm not going to lie.
As long as they're green when it comes to time to cash out, all is good.
Well, some of them I can never cash out.
Oh.
So they just get bigger and bigger, and I get some of it, but I can't take it all out. That's part of my issues. But like I said, they're as long as he's having fun, and that's what's important. He was on the other show for a while, and I don't want him to be online the whole time he's there. That's kind of rude, but at the same time, like me, he kind of looks forward to this show more than the previous show. No offense to you guys. I love sci-fi and I love that show. But like I tell Nathan every weekend, this show is kind of a way for me to just, clean the palate, put all that stuff away for...
Sometimes those gaming shows do make you kind of go, oh, what a bunch of blowhards. Just play the damn game. You know what I mean? Sometimes. Be in the right.
And I learn a lot.
Every Friday night.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about last night. Let's move on. I'm trying to be like Fritz and James here and be a force for positivity and lately it's just not always working out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy because like you care about this stuff, but at the same time, like, you know, I don't really care. Like, you know,
Well, no, I really care about
I
each and
bought a
every
game
one of
the
our
other day.
friends.
I bought a game the other day because people panned it. Like, so many people were panning this game that I was like, I bet I end up liking this. You know, like, so, you know.
So, real quick, Nathan, what did we miss?
Oh boy.
Yes. Well, we were bouncing
Did you-
around, you know. But
Well,
I was talking
I
about,
will rewind the video, but in a nutshell, just so we can catch up.
okay, we have limited perception. We're not able to see a fraction of everything that's out there. And what we do see, we filter.
Mhm.
I mean, natively in our heads, we filter it out.
Mhm.
My video that I made earlier today shows that because when I was out there, I didn't see anything. All I saw was a color shift. I didn't see anything, but the video picked it up. Shingoji showed me he saw what appears to be eyes in the bushes, and I saw eyes in the bushes looking at the video. I didn't see them when I was out there.
Even
He
with the
saw-
goggles?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
I didn't see them. The camera saw them when I was holding it up to it. Yeah. There we go. Perception. And I took it out, and okay, on day 2 of owning them, I don't know if I said it here yet. On day 2, I saw, this is something else. With the goggles on, I went out looking at one side of my place in a wood line, and I saw a figure, not a human figure. It was like a tall, skinny shadow, 2 feet tall, and it was
I remember that.
pointed. Who said that?
I said that. I saw that yesterday.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I did put it up. Okay. In that same area, that's where 2 eyes were seen. Shingoji said he saw 2 eyes, and I didn't see them. I looked in the video. I saw them. I looked in the goggles. I didn't see them. It was my own head filtering that stuff out. And then I looked at the video again, and there also appears to be what looks like 2 glowing eyes, y'all, okay, coming out of a bush on the corner of the house. Now,
Yeah, because you know what I wanted to tell you about. There was something in one of those videos on the ground, kind of out in the open. There was like this white sort of, I want to say like a square, sort of like illuminated thing in the goggles. I don't know if you saw that. You'll have to go back. It was kind of in like an open area. Maybe that
Well,
was a sign or. No, it's
Wait
just
a
like
minute. I think I know what you're talking about. I've got a couple of exposed pipes in the yard,
Oh,
and
okay.
they're white plastic.
Okay.
It could be that, but leave a time. Go back and later on, leave a comment with a timestamp, and
Okay.
that way I'll know to go look for it because I did my best, but apparently I'm filtering this stuff out. And there's only so much of this stuff you can do before you just are like, okay, I don't want to even look at it. Because I mean, I got voices now. I'm doing the visuals, and oh man, it's a lot, and I'm coping the best I can. But I tried to debunk some of it, right? And
Well,
I
you
went
have
and
to.
looked. Yeah, I have to poke holes in it to make sure it's true, not because I want it to be false or I want it to be BS, but I want it to be true.
Or even true.
So-
Yeah.
Right. I want it to be
You have
true.
to be
So-
objective.
A lot of the soldiers that were wearing them, we're telling the other soldiers, oh, no, you're not seeing that stuff. I'm not seeing it through my goggles. And pretty soon, they were beginning to see the same things. I don't
I
know
have
whether you
another
have to
theory.
consciously work on your perception or not. I think it'll come along over time.
I think sometimes recorded media is more truthful than. I think sometimes to see the truth, you have to put a lens in front of your face.
my major, and I'm not trying to be negative.
Just
'cause
say
I
it.
think
Don't apologize. Just say
when
it.
it comes to stuff like this is where my superstition side really kicks in. This was when you're dealing with the wee folk or the fae at all, if you want to call them that. I keep thinking of Nietzsche. Often when you stare long enough into the abyss stares back. You are, for reasons, good reasons, I believe, looking into it. And eventually it's going to poke its head back out and say hi. Hopefully it's a positive thing, a more summer court than winter court, per se. So, I mean, I'd be careful. I guess that's what I'm getting to, as I would be careful.
I think
Okay.
machines have a kind of a bit of a life of their own, and can sometimes perceive things that we can't. I think maybe also because you were like really looking for it, maybe you weren't in the right state of mind. Whereas if you went in a more meditative way, where you were just like, I'll just slip them on and see what happens, like maybe something would have revealed itself.
Well, I think with technology, I think in a way we can kind of trust it to a certain extent because it doesn't have any emotional or intelligence behind it. It's just facts and science.
I think machines have a certain amount of kami to them. I think they have a kind
Really?
of spirit. Yeah, I think. Well,
Okay.
they
Sort
demonstrate
of
it
a
sometimes.
ghost in the machine type feeling.
Yeah, sometimes. Certain beautiful classic cars come to mind, but
Okay, I gotta agree with you on the classic
I mean
cars.
that's not really my area. But
Oh,
like
God,
when
what was
you
that Stephen
see
King
one, you
book?
know one, right?
What was it? What was that Stephen King book where the car had
Christine.
Yeah.
I prefer the television series My Mother the Car.
I don't know that one.
Oh my God. I'm probably the only other person here who does, right?
Probably.
It was a proto Herbie.
Yeah.
Herbie's weirded me out.
Well, my mother.
I don't mind.
was a Model A
I
or
don't
Model
mind
T.
Herbie. I don't mind Herbie. It's Gumby that unsettles me.
So these goggles that you have, I watched the first video where you were taking a break at work and you put them on, and you said it's a shifted color.
Mhm.
Was what you're originally saying. That's got to be so cool, though. I mean, I don't see color. I see red, but I don't see color.
You're missing out, buddy.
Oh, I believe these can help you. Okay, you say you don't see color, right? Well,
Right.
what these do is it dampens the commonly perceived colors and enhances the not commonly perceived colors. So you might be able to see something using these.
Interesting. Well, according to your videos, if I probably could see something if I do use those, even if that's not color.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not
Yes.
making. It's interesting concept. I don't know if I'm. I often say there's not a man walking this earth that I'm afraid of. Granted, there are a few being out there make me worry, but I don't know about the other side.
Worry. Worry.
Being a kid and you think there's something underneath your bed, the hand that slowly creeps above the hand grabs your foot. Then you grow out of it. Only then you have some experience, like with the black dog. I have friends who think that they have brownies that live in their house. And no, not the chocolate covered brownies, but the Irish mythology brownies. There's stuff out there that we cannot explain. As you put it, the quantum. It's really cool stuff. I'm also superstitious. I have a tattoo of the evil eye on my shoulder to protect myself from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
Well,
what you're doing is really cool.
okay, well, we are quantum entangled. We filter it out. And this shifts that filter. These goggles, they shift the filter to where, yeah, that's basically, it lets us see in a spectrum that we don't normally see. Not an entirely new spectrum, okay, but it, just like the description, the manual, it comes with a little manual the guy put together, right? And it says that it dampens, my words, right? It dampens the colors that we do normally see and enhances the colors that we don't normally see in order to refocus, right? My words. Let me grab the manual. But
You know what? We need to talk to this guy and see if he can make the equivalent of a monocle for cameras at like half the price.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Basically was paying per gram, right? He basically wasn't charging for, it's $100 a gram, and you have to use 1 gram per lens. They're 2-inch lenses or 2.5-inch lenses, and $200, right? Not cheap. This is not something I go into thinking, oh, this is going to be a great toy for the collection. Hell no. This is kind of an investment, and I don't know. You have to get conditioned to them, because I'm still only consciously seeing a color shift. However, the camera is picking things up I'm not seeing. Let's see here.
Well, it goes back to what you said with the human brain filter. I mean, we see things, it's like people who say they see the image of Jesus in burnt toast.
Yeah. That's
the other phenomenon where I forget what it's called, where we see things, like when we look at clouds and we see shape, we see them as things that we're
I'll think of the word in a minute.
Yeah.
I never use the word, but I know the word, you know what I mean? But I know between me and my son, we're definitely going to want to invest, but we're probably going to want a pair and then a monocle, because just for, the how I was talking about like the old heavy metal album covers, how it gives that sort of kind of vibe to it, that purplish tint and everything. I know for him with his side projects and his filmmaking and stuff, he'd love to film stuff using, sorry about that, guys, that filter. But at the same time, I know since he's younger, he might have less of a natural filter, because he sees, he tells me about stuff he sees all the time here, and I'm not seeing it. It's
Well, we're trained, not trained. I don't want to use the word trained, but we are. We're trained not to see it. We are throughout life. That's, honey, nothing's really there. It's your imagination.
Well, I like to think of myself as less conditioned because of how long I've been studying this stuff and the things I've seen, and I've always had a bit of an open mind about it. But I tend to look at things in one of two ways, that it's like aliens, or it's pure fucking evil. And
I think one of the best natural filters available is detachment.
Yeah.
The Buddhists talk about that a lot, and I used to think it used to mean sort of not being engaged by things and not caring about anything, but having got more into the practice of meditation, I realized it's about being able to see things in kind of real time and assess them for what they are, and then put some distance between yourself and them, like, appropriately. It's a very powerful tool once you spend a bit of time doing it. And I wonder if it might not be a great complement to those goggles. Like, it might be good to spend a bit of time meditating and then go out and use them and kind of use them. Because when I've just meditated, like problems will come up in my day-to-day life, but I just feel like I'm 30 seconds into the future and I've already anticipated the problem and I'm kind of just dealing with it in a really calm way. Like it's almost like I've got the jump on the next quantum moment. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I'm in a kind of flow state with the way things are around me. So maybe that could be beneficial because I think if you just bought them and you put them on and were like really hoping for a result, that's probably going to skew your results a little bit, right?
Ego, yes.
Hey, Nathan,
Expectation.
check the chat. Try to keep up with it. L has a timestamp for you that you might want to write down and check out later.
A
I think.
timestamp?
Well, it's not.
It.
I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's technically a timestamp.
We watched the
But-
video at .25.
I saw that, yeah. 0.25 speed. Watch it and I can see the things. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot how to do that at the moment when I was doing the other show before this one. I did a little show trying a mic test, and I was trying to use the desktop with all the fancy features now, and I didn't work. It didn't work out because I have no camera on my computer yet. But yeah, I was reviewing that video and I forgot to put it at slower speed on using YouTube. But yes, I will do that. I replied to him a little while ago.
Okay, cool.
I will be doing that. Yeah, I don't know how to do that yet. I just upgraded my thing here. So I'm still learning it. This is all new ground. Every bit of it. The quantum, the YouTube, StreamYard.
You're doing pretty well. You're doing pretty well, Nathan. Like every time you have a stream, you seem to have more people interested.
Yeah, well, I'm telling people, and I'm not exactly, spinning wheels over here. We're doing something. This is personal stuff happening with me, right? This is not, I'm not even monetized. And I'm thinking about doing giveaways just because I don't want to deal with the money part of it.
Yeah.
Well, not being monetized does mean having a bit more freedom to like not accidentally use no words and stuff like that. Because it's very easy to use them accidentally without even talking about things that you're not supposed to be talking about.
Right.
So there is an incentive to being not on the feedlot, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah, and I also forgot that I have an Odyssey page. It's kind of like YouTube, except they don't have all the crap on there.
Yeah, I quite like Odyssey, actually.
I forgot that I have an Odyssey, and I went to it, and it's still active, and everything still works. I'm like, hey.
Yeah, I always
like
had.
BitChute. I like BitChute because the comments are always insane. Like,
yeah, I haven't used BitChute yet. Go ahead, Shadow.
You're
Sorry.
Hillary Clinton's love child. I know it.
I've had nothing but trouble with Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey.
Yeah,
just
they're all
trying to
rubbish.
watch the few shows that I still watch over there, and for whatever reason I can never log in.
Odyssey works the best out of a lot of them, to be honest.
Lately I've been having more success with Rumble, but at the same time, I barely have enough time with all the stuff I'm doing here, and we're doing better every day. And I figure once I get to really close to 1,000, because I do plan on monetizing. I'm not going to lie. Half of every penny we make when we do that is going into my son's bank account for his future, because it's half his show, and the other half will go into making the show better. I don't need the money, but
you're providing a craft service anyway. Like, that's neither here nor there. It's fine.
Right.
I think
You know, and
if you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I wouldn't do it just because it feels like a hassle. But like, I think if you can get something out of the traction you're obviously getting, do it.
mhm. Well, like I said, it's mostly for my son. You know,
Yeah,
that way he, you know, he has an incentive to come back to it as well. Someday I won't be around, you know, and hopefully that'll be many, many, many decades from now. But if, you know, he wants, it's always going to be his too, you know, and I want him to, you know, since, you know, you guys all know him and so many of you guys, you know, actually care about him, you know, you guys are like my family because all of my family's gone a long time ago. And if he, you know, needs somebody's advice and what have you, you know, he can talk to his family, but they're going to give him one side, the same opinion. You know what I mean? But you guys, if he ever wants to talk to you, you guys are going to give him completely different perspectives. You know, and just looking at, you know, the four of you guys, for example, right now, you know, there's other people out there, but if he was to talk to any one of you guys, he's going to get a little bit different opinion on any subject than he would from his family. And I'm not saying that either is right or wrong, but he'll be able to, you know, have people he trusts to talk to, and he'll always be able to come back and talk to you guys, I hope. And, you know, get
we'll stay in touch with him when he's a grown up.
right. I don't want to start planning my funeral or anything, you know, but you know, he knows you guys, and I mean, he loves you guys, you know, each and every one of you guys, and he loves coming here, you know, and talking to, you know, to grown-ups who don't treat him like a baby. You know what I mean? He goes over to his family's house and he's still the baby. You know,
he's pretty
you know,
he's pretty much wunderkind. You know what I mean? Like, it's like talking to a grown-up sometimes. So
yeah. And that's something he's never going to get from his family. They're always going to treat him like the baby, no matter what, you know. And
he's
with you guys,
he's a pretty smart guy, and he's probably going to end up being a pretty cool adult. So yeah, we'll stay in touch with him, man. Cool.
And with guys like you to talk to, you know, how could he fail, right? So,
well, we've done all the dumb stuff already.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yep. I bet if each one of us, you know, if our dear diary journal ever got confiscated.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I send mine to Dear Pinhouse all the time.
I was going to ask Nathan, considering you are kind of swallowing all the red pills at once and going through a bit of a rocky journey, like, what is your touchstone? What do you come back to? How do you relax? How do you unwind? Where's your kind of psychic safe space, as it were, that you go to kind of decompress from all this stuff?
It's Star Trek.
It's
Star Trek.
You should have been on the show tonight, man. I'm telling you.
I popped in a little bit, but I didn't want to crash nothing. I listened a little bit, but the space battles.
I'd have kicked all those schmoes out if you wanted in. Well, except Jackie.
No, I didn't want to crash, bro.
No game.
But yeah, that is my go-to when things get too crazy. I just like shields up and I watch Star Trek. Anything Star Trek. I'll go back to any of the series.
Do you think Star Trek like is a kind of comforting picture of civilization? I mean, I don't always agree with the way they do things on Star Trek, but I will grant them that everyone is really civilized. Like, no one's motivated by petty motives. You know what I mean? Like, anyone who's got an axe to grind. Anyone who's got an axe to grind in the Star Trek universe has got a real axe to grind. You know what I mean? Like, all the basics are taken care of, right? Like, it's, you know, the scarcity is not an issue.
Right.
Everyone's asking the big questions, like, how do we develop our soul? How do we develop our civilization? I like that. I do like that.
Yeah. You asked, and that's what my comeback to is Star Trek.
For me, James, I have to thank you because for while it lasted, Blake 7 was it. Every night after everybody's asleep, I'd get out my paintbrush, I'd turn on Blake 7 on BritBox, and I'd watch that. It came to an end. It was awesome. Every second of it was awesome. And then when that was over,
episode.
no. He lived. He lived. I know how he did it.
I reckon he did.
He probably got shot, but he lived. And then when that was over, thanks to my temporary subscription to BritBox, I then watched all of Red Dwarf. And now I'll find something else. Probably not on BritBox. Sorry, no offense, but
I've been rewatching Red Dwarf on BritBox. I got Ree to get a subscription. I said, "Can you just do it for a month or two? Because we never watch anything, and I like all the British shows. You know, like I relate more to the British shows than the American shows a lot of the time.
Yeah, same here. I hate to admit it, but
why?
I think a lot of people do. Really, I think it's there's just
I
a
do
little
too.
bit of the 20th century left in them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I
little
found
bit of
myself
that.
falling in love with this show called Monarch of the Glen.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I'm just like, why am I watching this? I don't know, but I
Because it's
can't
idyllic.
stop.
You're watching
Because it's idyllic, isn't it?
Downward Abbey or whatever the hell that show's called.
No, Monarch of the Glen is like an upstairs, downstairs type
That's
comedy.
the one. It's more or less what the show I'm talking about is too.
Yeah, but it's a comedy rather than a drama like
Downton Abbey. Downton. That's what the fucking show's called.
And it's got Tom Baker in it, I think.
Hey, you can't go wrong with Tom Baker.
Monarch
At
of the
some
Glen?
point. Yeah, some episodes have Tom Baker in them.
Oh,
I don't know
'cause see-
which one.
See, I had Pluto, and then Pluto changed its whole freaking lineup, and I lost it. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not going to watch that anymore. And
Yeah. Yeah, I've
But,
been
you know,
rewatching Red Dwarf. It's quite good. I wish I had more of an attention span to like properly watch TV, but I just don't.
Yeah,
nothing
all
wrong
right.
with that.
Nathan,
I
is there a
just,
particular series of Star Trek, like Next Generation, the original, Deep Space Nine, Voyager?
Well, I grew up on the original series, and then it was Next Generation, all the movies. But
the original is great fun.
Yeah.
I really like
But I know,
I think Enterprise is a bit underrated, actually.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Too preachy.
More
That's
preachy
what I
than
grew
Next
up with,
Generation.
Listen, I
Next
don't
Generation
need
is like we've landed on a planet where all the men are women. We must respect their way.
see, I have my issues with Next Generation though too. The only thing there's a lot of things I don't like about Next Generation, but what kills me is the title "Space: The Final Frontier." I'm like, bullshit! You're going to port to port to port to port to port. You're not going anywhere new. You're going somewhere you've already been 15 fucking times in the last month.
It's not space. It's Madonna's medicine cupboard.
Just out of curiosity, but so was it? Which one do you tend to watch, Nathan?
Oh, well, they get a do no wrong card from me.
They're all
Are good for
enjoyable.
me.
They're all enjoyable. Like if one's on, like Star Trek is like cricket, and you can just have it on in the background. You don't really have to be.
No one needs cricket going on in the background.
I'll let you have that one.
They play
Cricket.
Star Trek reruns. They play Star Trek reruns.
God,
here all the time.
no. If we're
And,
going to use a sport analogy, we need to go. You can have rugby. Let's talk about real sport. Rugby in the background. Fucking cricket. I grew up in Ireland. There was, I'm done with cricket.
Who's your favorite character, Nathan? Your
I don't have a
Star
favorite character.
Really, not even a top.
I really like
three?
Janeway, though. I lean really hard towards Janeway.
Right. I like.
All right, I'm out of here.
No.
I like.
Come on back.
I like Captain Pike. I like Captain Pike a lot. I like.
From the new series?
Yeah.
From Strange New World? Yeah, that one's really good.
Well, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the new one, but I was watching the one with what's her name, Shaniqua Shen
Discovery?
Equality, Demarcus,
Discovery.
Aquarius, Hip Hop.
Discovery.
Yeah. And like, I didn't mind it like for the first I didn't mind it like for the first half. And then the second half, they just kind of went up their own anus a little bit, but like,
You know,
Just a little.
CBS got sued because of that show, right?
really?
They stole it. They stole the premise for the first season. They stole it from an indie developer.
Oh, that makes perfect sense because like the first sort of half of it is actually quite decent, and then the second half feels like it's been written in a hurry, like, you know. Yeah.
I am so glad you told me
the
that.
story reveals itself.
Because
Yeah,
this comes out today.
That's
All this,
Go ahead.
the Mushroom Network and the Mycelial Network and the I forget what the creature is called. All of that was lifted from an indie title, and they got sued,
Tardigrade.
and they lost because they thought
Tardigrade
that they
was
could get
the
away with
creature.
it. What was it?
Tardigrades.
Tardigrade. Yeah. They directly stole that. They didn't even try to change it. And I
That's
was
funny
like-
because when I used to work as a PI, I worked for the guys who were the basis for the show Simon and Simon. My dad was best friends with those guys, and they went to CBS to pitch the show, and they stole the idea and made Simon and Simon and cut them out, and they later sued CBS. And
Oh, hell. Look at Mickey D, McDonald's. Ray Kroc came in there, told the brothers, "Oh yeah, we'll cut you in, cut you in the long end." Both brothers got roughly $1 million. Granted, at that time, that's a lot of money. It's granted at this time, it's still a lot of money. But for a multi-billion-dollar company, they got $20. So that doesn't surprise me. But no, with the Discovery, that's good to know because on my Tuesday I play a lot of sci-fi games, Star Trek and Babylon War, and we talk about that. That show, like all the sci-fi shows, get talked about when everybody bitches about Discovery.
Yeah, I had no idea, but I quite like Captain Pike. He really stood out. Like, he's kind of like, oh, we can have a Chad, like, cishet white male captain again. Like, oh my god, like.
Oh yeah, check him out in the new series.
It's
Well,
like,
I liked him from that Western.
Are we even allowed to have like an ideal hero to kind of model ourselves on anymore? Is that still permitted, or is that like offending somebody somewhere?
Yeah, although wokeness really gets on my nerves.
See, the problem with worshipping heroes is then you meet them in real life.
Oh yeah. And they've got
And
courage.
you're oftenly disappointed.
Yeah. They've got.
I've never been a big fan of hero worshipping.
I liked Tuvok as well. I really like Tuvok because Tuvok's reaction face to every situation is like my own. He's just like, "What is this nonsense?" You know what I mean? I like Tuvok. He just doesn't suffer fools. You know.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to derail my own show, y'all.
Sorry.
That's okay, but you had a valid point asking what is my safe space, so to speak, where I get away from all the crazy paranormal, and it is crazy paranormal, to get back to like not going insane and bringing it back to earth, like I say at the end of the show. And it's Star Trek because it's like been with me since I was little.
Yeah.
This is going to sound really weird, and I'm so glad Star Trek is yours, because when I'm having a momentary freak out and I think the Oogie Boogie's going to get me, and I'm not joking around. I'm like I said, I'm superstitious, really bad, superstitious. But might bring me back. All of you guys are going to laugh at me. Jim Henson's Dark Crystal.
That's fair enough. I mean, I've not seen it, but it seems to have had quite an effect on the people who saw it at the right time.
Yeah, see, we're not going to bash someone's stuff. That's other shows, bro. That's other
Well,
shows,
I'll
not
make
this
fun
one.
of you.
That's
I'll
just-
make fun of you in Max's stream, Connell.
That's fair. That's fair.
I
Hell, I
guess
can do it in my own stream.
See, that's the thing about quantum. Everything is valid.
Yeah.
I guess
Literally.
mine is literally a song, "The Impossible Dream."
That's awesome, dude.
Who sings that?
Oh, a lot of people sing songs.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm like, I've heard it before. I know which song you're talking about. I just couldn't remember who it was.
Perry Como. There's a whole.
That's who I remember.
Okay.
Music is definitely my reset button. When I've gone too deep on paranormal stuff or geopolitics or, whatever's going on in the whole culture war thing, I just go straight into music or game stuff for a few days, and then I'm.
Oh,
It's weird
yeah.
that you mention it. It's weird that you guys mentioned that, because today, last night I had kind of a shitty night, and yeah.
Okay.
This morning, I had to get up early, take my son to volunteer for JROTC, and I pulled out my favorite band, Blue Oyster Cult. My whole family in the car, we listened to some Blue Oyster Cult, and everybody's digging it. It's like the family band, and it's not like I push it or anything, but they're saying, "Oh no, play this song, play that song," So I'm on my phone pulling up different songs, and we got a cord that plugs it into the car speakers, and I'm just like, it got me out of it, man. It got me out of it, and everybody else had a great day. And the cool thing about it is there's this song. Everybody write this down. Okay, The Vigil.
Oh, I know that one.
When you get a chance,
Shadow, songs are spells.
I do not doubt it.
Songs are spells.
all.
A song is a spell. A song is a spell.
And it's a Blue Oyster Cult song, so you won't have to write that part down. But it's got some moments in it, and it's the song that got me into the band. A friend gave me the album when I was really young. He gave me a bunch of albums, and it's just got a mirror on the cover. It's like nondescript. I'm like, okay, I'll listen to it. Got to that song, and I'm just like, boom, it's about UFOs and stuff like that, but in the positive sense, where they're going to be the ones to, come and make everything all better and stuff, which is not necessarily something I actually believe anymore. I'd be cool. I'm not going to lie, but everything I've seen about aliens since then has led me in the opposite direction.
There's a lot of hippie, drippy, gay, communist garbage in popular music that I wholeheartedly disagree with. But I like the sentiment. You know what I mean? It's like, I wouldn't let David Bowie babysit necessarily, but I love his music.
Oh, I would let David Bowie babysit.
You'll just take
I just might not let Fred Mercury babysit.
Just to tie it back to the labyrinth. He'll take her off to a castle,
Yeah.
But,
hey, at least you'll have a story.
See,
I'm surprised.
Jennifer Connelly, what a rare 1980s beauty. Like, there's a version of a Flock of Seagulls song on YouTube where they've dubbed the song over a scene from some 80s teen film, and it's got her and some young chap in it, and they're working in a shopping center.
Oh,
and it's just,
what is with you guys?
Yeah,
I
1980s.
I watched that movie. I watched Labyrinth, and I know Connell had a huge crush on her, and I'm like, wow, she's playing.
She's very eyebrows, and she looks a bit like my mum, so I don't feel quite the same way about her. But just the 80s of the
her and Elizabeth
she reminded
Shue.
me of like all the girls I wasn't interested in high school.
I'm sad. I'm sorry that you don't have great taste like me.
She's an Irish Colleen, which is why Connell likes her.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Back
well,
you guys.
I think she just looks a bit like she just looks a bit like my mum when she was her age, so I don't really see quite the same. I don't feel quite the same way. But this video was so 1980s. I think it was Space Age Love Song. And I watched it and I was getting a little bit weepy. Like maybe I was just enjoying the late capitalism of it. Like, you know.
God,
Sorry,
that band
Nathan.
was just. That band was just. I mean, if you didn't like something about them, like their music, I mean, you didn't have to like their haircuts and all that, weirdness. But if you couldn't at least.
They had a really incoherent image. Like, they looked terrible, really. Like, honestly. They didn't look cool like Duran Duran or like something like that. They looked a bit dorky, but like the music it's just so uplifting, and like there's some magic in the 1980s.
There's a whole lot of magic. Back to the spell thing, yeah. There was, I don't know, maybe it was, the pendulum was swinging a certain way for us as in humanity during that era. Maybe, now because it seems to be swinging the other way.
Nah, I don't think so. I actually think that we should all put all of our psychic energy into like disagreeing with the current animus.
Yeah,
like I can see it moving. I can see it moving through the world, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to be afraid. I don't want to live in fear of nuclear war. I don't want to live in fear of violence and.
That would be the Starseed movement. That would be the Starseed movement. They say exactly that. They refuse to live in fear. They refuse to do what the mainstream is doing. That's exactly what they're saying.
I like that. Tell me more. Tell me more.
The Starseeds?
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, the Starseeds are... Okay, first, they're mainly 20-year-olds right now.
Mm-hmm.
And...
Really?
Yeah, they're just discovering a lot of this stuff. And I think a lot of reality, like the here and now, the what's going on in the world right now is really sinking in with them, because they're not fighting it, right? They're protesting it. And they're the majority of the loud ones are all online on TikTok and Instagram, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are on YouTube, but most of this stuff to them is for old people. And the ones that I have found there really are like, okay, they go to the original meanings of things and cut out all the BS that has been covered up that has covered them up over the years, right? And they're going to occult symbolism and things but what they really mean, not what pop culture and history has tainted them with. And they're trying to purify them. And I really dig that. Okay, but they're not participating as much as they can in all the garbage that's going on now.
Yeah.
And they're protesting it, and there's a bunch, it's complicated, right? But there are several of them that are talking about, and I even talk about it a little bit. You can't be born into a world like this and not get into a fight over it. You have to be able to fight it. Even if it's just self-defense, you have to be able to fight. Because there's a bunch of them that are all love, light, peace, and hippie and puppy dogs, but it doesn't work. The Buddhists learn that.
I'm sure they have some of the strengths of young people, like where they're not as like married to some of their assumptions like we are, but also maybe some of the naiveties as well. Like, they're figuring it out, right? Like they're trying to forge a new territory.
Yeah, and they're not speaking the same language, and it's hard to get across to them, and it's hard for them to get across to us. The communication is skewed because a lot of it is like Rich Giordano. He tried to get with Marina Seren, get her on to his show. I like Marina, right? And there was such a communication break that it didn't happen. But we have to be patient with them, just like they have to be patient with us. It's not
Well,
that.
Zoomers are kind of pod people. They did grow up in a post-internet world. Like, you got to go soft on them in some ways because, like, the thing that makes us truthers, I think, is a kind of like basic trace memory of things being better and more honest.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we still have those trace elements of that peak 20th century life in our memory. So that's our starting point. Whereas their starting point is kind of being born into the matrix. It's probably a lot harder for them, without a point of comparison in some ways.
Yeah, there's some random elements to them too. Okay, there's some seriously random elements, and yeah, go look into it. I'm not going to really get into it here, but definitely go look into it. It's very complicated. They have tons of content. Go ahead, Joe.
It gets back to your central concept, though, for this perceptions.
Yeah.
Their perceptions
it does. They're seeing things totally from a different perspective than we are accustomed to and we've been conditioned to deal with. They are seeing things a lot like I am trying to see things from an energetic perspective. And they're starting with really, they don't, okay, I have clutter, okay? I have bills, car, responsibilities, job, things like that. They don't have, that's clutter, okay? That's all sprouted from necessity and ego. And we have been conditioned to have to deal with it. They don't have that kind of clutter. They have they have a bunch of necessities. They're still humans here in this thing we got going on here. But, oh, it's so complicated. They're coming at it from a different perspective to where they don't see the need for all the bullshit that we do. And kind of like the commune idea where they want to separate, but they don't want to separate. They want to be a part of it. They want us to have a better way. And I hope any Starseeds that see this show, timestamp 2 hours, right? I'm going to timestamp it. Any Starseeds that see it this way, I feel you guys. I'm going to leave a link to the 2 hour mark because that's about when we started getting into the Starseed thing.
The only advice I have for young people is one, learn how to batch cook roast vegetables because that's going to solve like half of the problems in your life. And the other one is values should inform ideology, not the other way around.
Okay, dude, we could talk to them as much as we want. They are taking everything new and they're kind of defensive and very guarded because they think everybody's trying to get them and take advantage.
Well, to be honest with you, I wish I was a little bit more guarded when I was younger. Like, it took me a long time to figure out that once you get out into the world, there are lots of people that are going to seek rent from you one way or another.
Yeah. You know what? We had all the bad stuff happen to us. We had all the bad stuff happen to us. Our people, our gen, all the bad stuff happened to us, but we're still here.
I am definitely the youngest person in this chat, I believe.
You're still
I think
Gen
you
X,
and James are the same.
Maybe.
I'm
you and
39.
I'm an 84 baby. I'm 38.
38.
Oh, okay.
So with that being said, granted, I was raised by my grandparents, and so I was raised by the generation that raised a lot. Except for James, I was raised by a generation that raised a lot of you guys, or well, some of you guys, I would say. My grandpa served in World War II, so he dealt with all that nonsense. So.
I was raised by my grandparent, my grandma as well.
Then I'm wrong, and I'm sorry for misjudging.
Yeah.
But
No, it's neither here nor there, really. Like, carry on.
So my point of view has not always been on the same wavelength as a lot of other people from my age range, because they get the 90s, they got the Generation X as parents. I got the World War II parents. So in some areas, I'm very much 3 steps behind my own generation. In other ways, I feel that my generation and forward, we're missing out on the horrible things. As the Shadow says, good times make weak people. I truly believe that's the problem that's going on right now.
Well, you're not wrong.
I mean, I grew up in Ireland during the Troubles. That did not make for weak people. So I don't know. I might be wrong. What the hell do I know?
Well, it's all quantum and it's all valid.
Right.
See what I did
all
there?
Things are relative.
I don't know if I agree with that cycle, Connell. I think there are ways to escape that cycle. You can have material benefit and success and comfort, but you need to give people initiation rituals and challenges and meaning, and you've got to invest more in kind of imposing those Darwinian selections on them in an artificial way.
I gotcha. Well, start with stop giving people trophies. If you're in last place, sorry, honey, you don't get to go home with the trophy.
No, you've got to make things a bit more competitive, because if everybody is comfy, then that's a great baseline to start from. But if you go from cradle to grave with no initiation or challenge or meaning in your life, you're just going to be a schlub, right? So,
Real quick, Al was saying some stuff, and I think my son's a perfect example of that. They're not all like that.
Yeah,
his generation. I know what he means, but he's talking about a certain percentage and not the.
I'm talking
whole.
I'm talking about anyone from the age 25 to 40.
I think young people are always going to be a little bit prickly and a little bit standoffish when it comes to trying to make their own space anyway. That goes as far back as mods and rockers, they're just, I'm serious. They're probably really wary of their subculture becoming a brand. I mean, I realized how much wargaming and RPGs are turning into a lifestyle product where you can buy the t-shirt and have the holiday.
I got a Dungeons and Dragons cookbook.
Well, this is what I mean. It's sometimes I think, oh, that'd be nifty, and then I sort of think, oh, no, I don't really want to start, down that route.
If Nathan comes up with a quantum cookbook, I'd buy that too. How does one atom and atom see atom? If you mix them together, you get
the quantum cookbook. You just open it and it says go to the oven, and you go to the oven and there's the meal. It's ready. It was always there. And you go back to the cookbook, it says the meal was always there waiting for you.
Oh, I'm going to pull out Stargate SG-1. Once you realize the candlelight is fire, the meal was cooked a long time ago. What does that even mean? No one even knows.
What?
No, that's not gold. That was the ancients.
I'm a big fan.
I thought you were pulling out some Ori shit for a second there.
Have you ever seen?
I'm a big fan of philosophy. My grandpa was a big fan of philosophy. I read all the ancient philosophers and quite a few of the more modern philosophers. I'm a Nietzsche fan. Unfortunately, that's a little bit more darker than what a lot of people like to think about these days. But
I think nature is more life affirming, struggling against nature.
Well, his argument for the Übermensch was a man who constantly looks behind him is weak. It is the man who continues to look forwards into the unknown that makes a man stronger. That makes a man the Ubermensch.
Who is this Mitch guy?
Ubermensch. Superman. It's German for Superman. You uncultured swine.
I thought it was Mensch. Sorry.
Ubermensch.
Ah, you're a mensch.
It's not Jewish.
It could be.
That's one reason why I can't have a Big Shoot channel, because like everything would be Jewish. Like every comment is just like, you're Jewish. You're secretly Jewish. It's like, no, what are you talking about?
You know, if you ever started a show, your own show there, James, I would say Mazel Tov.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you leave that comment and then someone would leave another one going, oh, typical. You know.
Sorry, I always feel like I need to apologize to Nathan.
So you're always right then.
Oh. But those goggles, man, they're awesome and terrifying all at the same time for me on my wave thought.
You got to try it. You got to try it out, Connell.
Yeah,
$200.
I feel like there's a massive. I feel like there's a massive psyop going on at the moment to try and harvest as much fear from everybody as possible right now.
Oh, yeah. That is always going on. They're really ramping it up. Ufology is a really good example without bringing up the C word, right? I had a video pulled because of that, so I'm not going to mention it at all. But I will bring up ufology. And what they were talking about in ufology is, threat. We need to defend. We need Space Force and all this stuff. No, there's more. There's more than that. We are, I said it on Rich's show, we're in nature preserve. We are the lions, and those guys are the ones taking samples, trying to protect, trying to breed, taking units of us and trying to heal us, but trying to not get in the way of our natural progression at the same time. So it seems to be what's going on to me with all the abductions and sightings.
If Star Trek was a real thing, let's say Star Trek is happening way out there in the galaxy, right? There's already a Federation of planets. Hopefully there's no Borgs out there because
there is a Federation of planets, Connell.
There actually is, That's
okay.
That's Starseed talk right there.
Okay. So there's a Federation of planets out there. They have their own ships. They have all the same rules that the Federation has. Don't make contact without two planets.
Yeah, prime directive, right.
Right. Do you think they would stop here, or do you think they would just fly on their way?
Of course they stop.
Observing us.
Yeah, we're protected.
Connell,
go ahead.
They've got point men in the government, for God's sake. Like, come on.
Well, you have to have warp capability to begin with for them to even stop by.
Okay. I'm going to stop you right there. Warp. We need to stop. That's a nuts and bolts type of thinking, right? And this is the quantum show. I'm taking us beyond the nuts and bolts. We have to escape that nuts and bolts, and that's this matrix. That's how they do the 90-degree turns. And I keep trying to tell the ufologists this, but they're stuck in the nuts and bolts. They're convinced there's a scientific way of doing this. And
but all their science is built on assumption anyway. Like, so much of their science is not replicable anymore anyway. Like,
it's all tied into the quantum realm, and it's like hidden in plain sight kind of thing. They're doing it, but they don't even realize they're doing it. And
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got a lot of respect for people in the field of engineering. I did a little bit of work in the biomedical engineering side of things. And it's like, I'm amazed at people who work on like prosthetics and machines and things that are nuts and bolts. But many things that are presented to us as scientific fact are really just opinion, extrapolated from some study kicking around at the back of the Lancet, or
There was
and it's
probably,
somehow
you
an
know,
ego.
and American greenbacks. You know, you can't get a study done these days without, you know, someone skewing it with dollars one way or another. My big problem,
absolutely.
my big problem is that I'm pretty sure everybody out here agrees in good and evil, right?
It doesn't matter if you do or not. They believe in you.
Well,
Like, insofar as it's like useful shadow, like insofar as I know that I'm just never going to be perfect and always going to
no.
want to
I
be
mean,
perfect.
what I mean is there are good people, there are good people, and there are bad people.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think anyone's born evil either. Like,
Oh, I do.
No.
I do.
Well, actually, my brother, I can show you photographic evidence. You look at the two of us as babies, and you could just look and go, "What the hell is wrong with that kid?" Okay.
right.
Well, my point is that whoever they aren't alone. There's more than just one of they.
Yeah.
One species, and
Oh,
I've heard enough stuff about some of the theys that are clearly not benevolent.
Well, right now we've got the biggest fear farming factory being established on Earth that there is. Like, obviously, at least one strain of them use that as a kind of fuel or biomass or sustenance or energy
And
or whatever.
if you believe any of what Mr. Schneider said, then that's exactly what was going on in, you know, Dulce base. And which ones are, you know, that whole story is so crazy because there was all kinds of thems there, not just one kind of them there. And
right.
so is it a, you know, is it a individual thing, you know, like the argument that's been going around about orcs? They're all evil. They can't help it. They're fucking evil. They're just all evil. So are like all the reptilians evil? Are there some good reptilians? Are there some evil greys? Are there some good greys? Evil Nordics, good Nordics? You know, is it a cultural thing? Is it a biological thing? Or is it an individual thing? You know, and if it's an individual thing, then they're all going to have their own motivations, and they're all going to have their own allegiances and alliances with others of their own ideology. And that's what I don't trust is, you know, none of them are coming forward saying, "Hey, we're here." They've all agreed to this veil of secrecy, and everything that goes on in this veil of secrecy include things that if humans did them to other humans, they'd get locked up for life.
And do you know why they've done that? Do you know
they get
why
a free
they've done that,
pass.
Shadow?
No, I don't.
The reason they've done that is because it benefits them. So your suspicions are not unfounded. You know?
Have you seen the latest videos from ISS?
Which ones?
There's something up there near ISS that's very large, white, and has unusual finger-like appendages sticking out of it.
Oh, you know what? I passed on that video, but I know what you're talking about now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it was Future Unity that posted it.
I think you're right.
I did not see that one.
My problem, and I'm kind of, this is where
You don't have to
there's an
qualify
alien
it,
species. What?
You don't have to qualify it.
I feel like I have to qualify.
You're amongst
That's who I
friends.
am.
Shut
I
up.
feel like I have to qualify everything with everybody.
You're not on an RPG stream where someone's like, "No, you're using the wrong shaped dice." Ah!
You're amongst friends, Connell.
If I was an alien species and I came to this planet and I looked at the history of the human species, we're not kind. We're not understanding.
We can be.
This man
But
is
we're not. I mean, a lot of us are. I'm not saying everybody's this way, but as a whole, if you're looking outside, if you're looking from the outside, It took 2 days on Earth before Cain killed Abel.
Connell, this is the way of nature. Like, just go
Right,
outside.
no,
There are
hold on,
bugs
let me
eating
finish.
other bugs.
Right.
Like,
I'm not talking about nature. I'm talking about humans.
yeah, but human beings sustain themselves on suffering as well, and that's kind of part of the problem.
But if I was an alien species with unknown technology that could offer this planet, and I look at the planet as a whole, we are too violent to be let loose.
We don't even need endless technologies. Just slightly cleaner oceans would be a great start.
Wasn't that the argument that Inky made?
Yeah, and they also went over this in the show The Orville.
Right.
I don't know that one.
Yes, you're right. Inky did say that. But to bring it to the more recent stuff, The Orville, watch The Orville. What's the matter with you? How can you even come here and not watch The Orville? Watch The Orville.
I don't like the. I don't
I'm not
like
going
the
to
Orville.
pay to watch something.
I actually don't like the Orville.
Well, I'll pay
I'm
$5 a
very
month
sorry.
for a whole bunch of stuffs, but I really have a problem paying $5 for a single movie, or a TV show.
I like it if I'll do it if I can hang on to it. Like if that's for an episode that I can download and then back up. Sure.
Realistically, Monday through Monday, I watch survival shows. I watch history shows. God, I used to love March on the History Channel. It was Hitler
How do you
month.
guys watch so much TV? Like, I just feel like it's
I know, right?
pumping satanic. I feel
Okay.
like it's pumping satanic
I'm
juice
chopping up
into my mouth.
Oh, James,
Like, it's
I'm chopping up
horrible.
vegetables. I'm making stock. I'm doing everything with my hands.
It's
My
horrible.
mind is just going 100 miles per hour. So if I put something relaxing on, like rugby, not fucking cricket, I can watch it.
Rugby is not relaxing. Rugby is a high stakes, high energy sport that you watch with your father-in-law at World Cup time only.
While falling asleep, looking at something that looks like baseball.
Yeah, exactly. You have one beer, you have fish and chips, and then you fall asleep halfway through the game, and then you wake up.
Man, you're making me fucking hungry. I haven't had fish and chips in forever.
Then you wake up to your father-in-law.
Earlier this week.
Then you wake up to your father-in-law going, "Hey!" And then you realize New Zealand has kicked the crap out of us again.
Oh, Al has a point, Sora. Humans are the least intelligent animals. Even rats work to secure each other.
Yeah, but rats eat each other too.
So do we. We call those cannibals.
Well, there's a lot of those about. I mean, recently one was crowned King of England.
I'm not touching that.
Joe, I got the link. I will save it for the end of the show.
Just remember, Connell, he's Romanian as well.
No, he's German.
He's also part Romanian. He's got a castle in Romania. He's got some Vlad connection in the family line. I'm not joking.
Well, because the joke that was kind of made, if Queen Victoria was still alive when World War I would have happened, it would have never happened.
Why is that?
She was the grandma. She was all the rulers of that time were.
Oh yeah, she would have slapped him. She would have slapped him.
Yeah, they were all cousins. The Russian emperor, the German king, the British one. They were all cousins.
Yeah. My family went and ruined the North Line.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Were you Yorkists?
Look up Mrs. Lawrenson on Wikipedia.
Okay. Were you Yorkists in the Wars of the Roses or something?
No, we married into the family.
Oh, okay.
A commoner.
Oh no.
I've got Anglo-Irish nobility on my father's side, but the guy ran off with the scullery maid and went to Australia. He ran off with he sold the
When
silverware.
you say he ran off to Ireland, did he run off to Ireland, or was he put on a boat and shipped to Ireland?
No,
Australia.
Australia.
he was Anglo-Irish noble, like basically like an English nobility
Right.
in Ireland, right?
Right.
But the English nobility in Ireland more or less went native anyway and spoke the language, and like culturally they were very Irish. And he ran off with the maid in like 1900 and sold his gems and jewelry and got on a boat to Australia with her because she was a hot piece of scullery maid.
I don't even know. Once again, I feel like I should apologize to Nathan. I guess
I'm just
Nathan appreciates the female figure.
Oh, I do. I definitely do.
No, not that. Oh,
He's a pagan. He's all about dancing around in a glen.
Done it.
Yeah,
Done it with people, with women.
like
Done it.
like I said,
I've done it in the heath.
I'm not a pagan, but I totally see how it's a life affirming thing for some people. Like, you know what I mean?
I
Like,
hang out with a bunch of pagans at least three times a year.
Well, you've been doing it once a week for a little while.
Yep.
I game on Monday with a bunch of pagans too. So
Okay. But okay. Bring it back to the quantum, which this is all qualified, fine quantum, but yeah. Wanted to talk more about these goggles. Like, I've got the manual in my hand. I've been wanting to read this.
Oh,
The caution
no
that-
shit, huh?
Yeah, the caution that he has is never look directly at the sun or any bright light source with the goggles on. You can do irreparable damage to your eyes. Don't be a dumbass.
does it actually
In
say
print.
that? Nice. That's worth $200 by itself.
But these things take practice. So, yeah, terrifying and awesome. You said it. You're right. Terrifying and awesome. And I'm getting there.
have you had any time back at the cemetery, Nathan?
Oh God.
You mean the one behind my house? No, I haven't wanted to go back there.
Yeah, fair enough.
My biggest thing is, certain things out there, just don't want to be seen. Don't, go out of their way to be non-seen. What will they do when they realize, oh shit, that guy sees us?
Yeah, you guys ever
We'll
see that
see.
movie? You guys ever see that movie From Beyond? The
Maybe.
H.P. Lovecraft kind of movie where the device lets you. It's not a thing you wear, but if you're within the field of it or something, you see all the weird H.P. Lovecraft monsters floating in the air and chasing people. You know what I'm talking about?
I've heard of it. I haven't had a chance to watch it. I've heard a lot of references to it.
Sounds like
That's
Tom.
That's
what I'm expecting.
It sounds like the guys who you were interacting with, they were just doing their ritualistic thing in their kind of version of their time stream, and they just didn't want to disrupt it, more or less. You know what I mean? It sounds like they just do the same thing over and over again, and that's their existence, and that's what they want. That. I think they might even be locked in some kind of temporal loop.
Quantum loop.
Yeah.
I could see
honestly.
that. I could see that, especially with all the stories of ghosts that basically repeat the same ritualistic movements or walking or paths.
It's an echo.
roads they
It's
travel.
an echo of an existence. It's an echo of an existence, and it's all they have because they can't go to the other place.
Well,
But I don't know
that's
that I'd call it an echo.
That might not even be them, though. That may just simply be a recording, a natural recording.
Right.
really quick, guys, before you jump on something new. I'll be looking forward to watch more of those videos, Nathan, with you and goggles, because, like I said, they are horrifyingly fascinating.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to keep it up because, yeah, you brought up some stuff there, James, where I need to be in a more appropriate mindset, more open mindset,
And
without
just not
expectation.
just without any stress held in your body as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Go meditate for a half an hour before you go do it.
yeah.
At
Maybe.
least.
Well, I'm really
And when I
good at
say-
meditating when I put my mind to it. I can take 5 minutes and just.
When I
I'm
say
there.
meditate, I cracked the code on meditation because I was really skeptical about it for years, and I used to find it really frustrating. And I'd do the whole thing of like sitting cross-legged and all of that and like not get anywhere. I'd always be thinking of something. And then I realized the way to do it is like just sitting in a dark room and being comfortable with some like light ambient music on is meditation. Just breathing without any distraction around you for half an hour is meditation, you know, like, and you start there and then eventually you're in a position where you can go a bit deeper and then thoughts will present themselves that are distracting. But the funny little visual that I came up with was to imagine a big double-decker bus, like a red bus, with the thought printed on the side, and then just picture it driving off. And then there I was, like in a total, you know, like, and when you come out of that, like I said, you just perceive things differently. I don't do it enough. Like, I have a really bad temper, and it sometimes gets me into trouble. But when I meditate, I don't. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
I don't
none of
have
us can
that.
picture that.
I
None of us
only
can
had-
picture.
I don't have
None
a
of
temper
us-
at all, right, Shadow?
None of us can picture you. None of us can picture you with a temper.
No,
I'm just
I
gonna
I
leave that
just,
there.
I
I
do
only-
get very grumpy. Like, I got to be honest with you. Like, I'm not very useful until sort of the middle of the day. But yeah,
I only had to spend 5 days downtown because of my temper.
I was there, not downtown with you, but yeah. Funny how that worked out.
Well, I lost my temper hardcore a couple days ago, and I still feel pretty shitty about it.
well, I think that Connell, particularly men of our generation, are given a weird tool set to deal with our emotions, and that breaking out of that is another process entirely. You know, I think I like the Johnny Rotten thing of like anger is an energy. You know, you can harness it positively, but 9 times out of 10, when you express it negatively, the person you're expressing it to is just not going to get like what you're trying to communicate to them because you lost it.
Oh,
You gotta
Okay,
be careful with that.
Kylo.
every time I had a boxing match, I would work myself into a fit where I was raging. I was no longer there. The beast is now out of the cage. Let's go do this. And it hurts your soul. I honestly think it does. It hurts your soul. Granted, I normally would do well in the match, so there was a side benefit.
Yeah, but
it
a lot of
wasn't
the great boxers say that that same thing. Like Tyson says that as well. That it, you know, that he'd get himself whipped up into this kind of state of mind where he was willing to do quite a lot of harm and then feel absolutely sick about it afterward. You know, jury's out on boxing. I mean, I think it's great exercise. I used to do it a little bit, but I didn't like getting hit in the face. I didn't think I had enough to work with.
The trick is not to get punched in the face.
Yeah. True.
See, I'm still pretty. I am too damn pretty because I didn't get punched in the face all that often.
Well,
I'm looking at the nose.
yeah, you don't have cauliflower ears either. Like,
Oh, I've had my nose broke 3 times. I've had surgery on it 3 times.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm looking at the nose.
It's actually not so bad after the first time.
that's why you do boxing with helmets now, right?
I never wore
What
a helmet.
helmets?
He
I-
does
I
like
gotta-
medieval. He does like medieval recreation and stuff.
SCM.
Oh yeah, I do medieval reenactment stuff. Yeah, I don't wear a helmet there.
I got teeth guard, tooth guard. That's
Mouth
it.
guard? Yeah,
Yeah.
mouth guard. No. The trick is, it's like that movie, Guys in the Desert, is an old one where he has a candle over his. He has a candle and he's holding his hand over it, and it's an old one. He's like, "Doesn't that hurt?" He's like, "Yes," but the trick is not. I can't remember the line, but the trick is just more or less ignore it.
Don't mind that it hurts.
Yeah, you just, in my point of view, life is
That
pain.
would be Lawrence of Arabia.
That would be it.
Well, he liked paying Arab boys to whip him, so he
do.
didn't mind a bit of pain. He was quite a masochist, old T.E. Lawrence. He didn't engage in any sort of contact with other human beings, but he did like being caned.
Well, different strokes for different folks.
Quite
That's the
literally.
British. That's the British public school system at work.
Alrighty then. That would
How
be a
about
great
Quantum?
movie to cover. Shadow
Oh,
as Lawrence of
fantastic
Arabia.
film! Fantastic film.
Yeah, my dad was actually pretty fond of it, but I've never seen it.
Really?
Really?
Oh, it's good.
Yeah. There's no sci-fi and there's no fantasy in it, so
You
I
could
had
turn
no
it
part of
into you could turn that movie into an RPG session.
It happens. It happens on Tatooine, though.
Practically. But I highly recommend that movie. Highly. It's
These
on
blast
my
points.
watch list.
These blast points are too accurate for certain people.
I also recommend people watching Killer Clowns from Outer Space this time of the year, but that's just me. Hey, where's your Wookiee mask?
Oh, it's covered up with my jacket. It's
Okay,
Can you see
it's
it?
weird for me to watch this, and it's not, smiling back at me.
he's up there.
Yeah.
good boy, Chewie. Good boy.
I just had to use my tripod for something else, and I didn't adjust it quite to where he's involved.
Gotcha. But hey, guys, I have to go. I gotta go break down a deer for about. I charge roughly about $800 a deer, and I
Nice.
process it down, break it down, butcher it up, cut it up, package it up. You go home with it, and I gotta go do too.
Nice.
Okay,
Nice.
well,
Hi, buddy, old pal, a friend of mine.
Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to bring me a long pig. Not really.
Take it to Satriali's.
Yeah, I get paid. I get to go home with a little bit of the deer meat. All's good.
okay, well,
Enjoy, brother.
alrighty then.
I will see you tomorrow
Oh,
afternoon.
yep. It is 12:54. 1, 2, skip 3, 4, 5.
What?
Okay,
It's-
it's quantumly relevant, so sure, why not?
It's a number thing. I'll explain next time I'm on.
Of course. you
Okay,
will.
well, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for
See
having
you
me.
soon, buddy.
Have fun
And
with
don't
Bambi.
worry. As long as you have me on your show or welcome me to your show, Nathan, I will always try to make an appearance.
Okie doke.
Plus, you have Shadow on here, so I know the bar's already low.
Whoa.
Oh.
Shots fired.
No shit. Hey, don't forget, it's my pick next.
Your son might have just picked your pick for you.
Oh no.
Have you
No,
seen
no,
the
no,
movie
no.
yet?
Yes, I have.
Oh my God. Should talk about that on your next show.
Why are you calling for me?
Inside
Okay.
joke, sorry, y'all.
We're all
You guys should.
reflecting-
You guys should do The Duelists. That's a great movie.
That is a good movie, but unfortunately, the movies that we watch, for the most part, I like to keep them in a way that we can relate them to gaming.
Right.
The duelist would be interesting in concept, but there's no way to really push that into gaming unless you allow PvP in your campaign. And I don't want that. I don't think Shadow wants that.
Yeah.
particularly.
And it's more of a vendetta, like a personal vendetta, like one-on-one kind of.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Lawrence, the movie that Nathan was talking about, I could definitely turn that into a campaign.
Yeah. Well, it was a campaign.
Well, for people who enjoy rolling dice.
Yeah. Well, I think some of those people did. You know, Kaiser Wilhelm invented the modern flamethrower during a war game. Like, he was playing a tabletop war game with his generals, and one of them was employing fire brigade unit, and he was like, why would you do that? And they explained to him, oh, well, we'd normally set fire to the fortifications. And he said, you should make a gun that shoots flame. I want to get my best engineers on it. And that's how the modern flamethrower was born.
That takes me back.
All right. I'll talk to you all later. Everybody in chat, thank you, Elle. Enjoy your Jello because I'm sure that they served that with dinner tonight. I'll talk to you all later.
Adios.
See you later, man.
The first tabletop war game was played by the Prussian generals. It was called Kriegspiel, and you can still play it.
Yep.
I think it'd probably be really dry.
And really expensive.
Yeah, probably.
So, hey, that manual you got.
Yep.
What else does it say?
Well, it lightly talks about the history of it as a medical imaging device. And they're talking about 1911. I'm looking at the human aura has at last been photographed. And they're talking about comparing it with Kirlian photography.
Kind of familiar with that.
That's just what I was looking at right now. It was supposed to these things were supposed to compete with X-rays. Of course, it didn't work. X-rays won. And dicyanin is really hard to handle because it's toxic. And you have to detoxify it to be able to. You have to detoxify it to be able to make it into a dye or special handling. That's what I'm looking at right now. And they're comparing it to They Live. Yeah, I can't. But it's not like that, y'all. It's not like that. It might have had some influence.
What a fantastic movie.
Yeah. Very. And
if only the aliens were that benevolent. Marry and reproduce. That's very kind of you.
Obey. Aura goggles have been lately seen as a real-world analog to the sunglasses used by Piper's character, offering the hope of detecting those who may or may not be soulless, journalist, non-player characters. Oh God. Or under some form of unseen control. It's just
is calling people NPCs the NPC thing to do. I think it's kind of become that in the long run, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's
but
like,
okay. What?
You substitute one set of presuppositions, like you start as ideas as like reasonably kind of center left. And then you move further right as you get older. And then you meet a whole bunch of new people who are like, oh, if you don't believe exactly what we believe, you're an NPC. And it's like, I just came from there. You know what I mean? I was trying to get away from that mentality.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me just read what, talking about it's called complementary color theory, right? Dr. What's his name? Kilner, right? Yeah. Let's see. Read Dr. Kilner. Dr. Walter Kilner. Okay. light filtering. Actually, light shifting is more like it. It doesn't filter, it shifts. Okay. The lead paragraph is Dr. Kellner's premise works off the complementary color theory of color vision, that is, tiring the ability of the eye by oversaturating it with a specific color, thus sensitizing it to its complementary color. Meaning, shifting from the things that you see normally into the things that you don't see normally. And, yeah, oversaturation. And it gives an example of how to do this by looking at certain colors of paper, swapping them back and forth, and okay. And it's talking about use natural lighting because it's full spectrum sunlight. That's what I was doing earlier with the videos that I shot, was full spectrum. And it seems to be, depending on what time of the day, if it's bright sunlight, if it's very bright, then you get the full spectrum and you get the effects that you saw on my video on the second video. The first video was late afternoon and it wasn't as bright out. It was already getting to sunset. Sorry. But like in the brightest of sunlight, my car, to my eyes looking through the goggles, looked bright blaze orange. And I have a red car. And my black shirt looked red. It was, everything was shifted in a particular way.
Like one step to the left or one step to the right.
Right, but then it's more like, it wasn't just one step. It was like a step over here, 2 steps over here, and it was like, whoa. They took the palette and just scrambled it. Instead of going one step, it was like, it was kind of mixed up. I'm working on words to put this into so I can like maybe get a chart going just for people who don't have these things. But my eyes are different because I'm red-green colorblind to an extent, but it's not all reds and all greens. The Army figured this one out for me. They showed me the little test with you're supposed to see a number, but it wasn't all the reds or all the greens. It's just certain reds, certain greens. Like red cars under a particular kind of light look gray to me, but not all red cars. This depends on the shade, right? But I have that little detail that I'm working through. And yeah, these things are pretty trippy, and they do work with a camera apparently, because when I looked without, there was nothing there. And Shingoji saw a figure standing in the window. He said he saw the face. I looked back, I saw a figure. I was like, holy crap, man, that's by looking through the goggles. And yeah, the church is bona fide haunted. This whole area is bona fide haunted. I wish there was a way. Oh, it doesn't do anything in the infrared. I tried. The infrared shows me nothing. You don't see, they're not night vision for sure. Like if I was to put them on right now, I would see maybe a dim little bit of the bulb ahead of me, and I wouldn't even see my screen. It filters out all of the phone screen. You look at your phone screen when it's on and it looks like this. And I'm like, whoa, that's trippy. So yeah, these things are tuned to be optimized for our visible spectrum. They really do that. They really do. It's not just, some junk off of a shelf in China. They actually look into, now it's junk off of a shelf in China because they engineered that junk. But they are specifically tuned to the frequencies that we see best, so we can have the best use of these things.
Right.
Well, it's also a bit like a bright catalog or pictures of fake food that have been laminated or whatever. Like there's always an element of like trying to present the kind of most attention-grabbing Fisher Price version of things.
The most attractive.
through any
What?
I don't think that
window
really has any
possible.
effect on the glasses, though.
No,
He's talking about the
Yeah,
phone.
you know I'm talking about cyanide goggles, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think
What I'm saying is that like the phone screen is also engineered in the same way that like a poker machine or a McDonald's menu is. It's like bright and attention grabbing and like
right, and
it kind of appeals to your like most basic lizard brain response
Right.
to like shapes and colors and stuff
okay,
like that.
I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught it.
Yeah, I understand.
Whereas
that.
the
Yes.
goggles don't do that.
No.
Yeah,
they
they kind of
goggles
smear
do
things.
not.
I watched one of the videos and they kind of smear things in the kind of magenta spectrum. Like they move everything into the secondary, like they take daylight and it looks like it's kind of going through a red filter and then being shifted magenta.
Yeah, but it helps you see somebody hiding in the bushes beyond you, and that was
Right.
their use in well, they tried them in Vietnam to
Mm-hmm.
to shift the colors. So they, Nathan has his ability naturally, but those of us that didn't, you put those goggles on, and you're supposed to be able to see somebody hiding, the sniper hiding in the bushes, ready to shoot you.
By
So,
seeing the
Joe,
aura.
Is red-green color blindness an adaptive mutation? Like, do you actually get more range out of your vision if you have red-green color blindness, or?
I think it's less range, but easier to distinguish somebody's
Like a
somebody
pattern.
in camouflage. Yeah, a pattern.
Right.
If somebody in camouflage would show up.
Because some
Right.
some basic mutations like that are actually adaptive. Like they're not necessarily, like there might be a hindrance in daily life, but they might actually have a specialist application that is evolutionary.
Well, that seems to be the case, but we're trying to talk about the glasses.
Yeah. For non-colorblind normies like you guys.
Yeah.
These are supposed to now when it's according to what I read in the Vietnam night starlight scopes, they were supposed. Joe got it right. Joe's talking about it. He was talking about the starlight scope. You know, it takes minimal light and it amplifies and it bounces it back and forth, and that's the starlight scope. There's science behind it. Don't need to go into it now. But what this thing was supposed to do was supposed to enhance that, so you can see where it would shift the color spectrum. So you could find that person hiding in the bushes, etc., without a bright light, and you wouldn't give your position away. But yeah, the unforeseen circumstances of them were dragons, gnomes, aliens, elves, everything from D&D in real life, plus fields of bodies. That's what they were seeing. That's what they were reporting. Also, something they were reporting, which is not getting near enough press as it needs to, is the pineal gland of the guys who used those scopes had started to decalcify. And there is an effect that seems to happen. Like once you start using them, you don't need them after a while. You can see this stuff normally. And the manual is over here saying, and other things that say similar, they're talking about when you first start using them, you might see a slight outline around your arm or other people. I already see that. I didn't realize it was weird. I didn't realize people couldn't see this. It's when I have something wrong, either emotionally or physically, I can't see that. And I'm like, huh, that's cool. Now I know. And yeah, well, I've always been able to see that ever since I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, it was like, now that I know words for it, it was like looking at people with Kirlian photography always on.
Yeah.
But I quit doing that after I hit my head and she got rewired. But yeah, so now that I realize, see, I didn't have anything to compare against. It's like, describe the color blue. You have to compare it to something.
Yeah.
There's no way to describe the color blue. Like the sky, like the ocean. Well, you have to know what those things look like. If someone has never, then you don't know. But yeah.
Have you had any interaction with your spirit guide lately?
Yeah, lots.
Yeah.
All the time, dude. There's two now. There's two. I don't think you heard about the second one.
No.
She popped in when I had after a certain conversation with Xena, right? You know about Xena?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, see, I don't know these guys' names, so I just give them names based on how I feel about them and how they present. There's Sabrina now. Totally the teenage witch, okay? It's corny, it's cheesy, but that's how she relates to me. And she does other things other than what Xena does. Xena is for the everyday. Xena seems to be attending me most of the time. And what she does is she is like the guardian of everyday stuff, where I have a lot of chances to get myself in trouble, and she's like grabbing my head and saying, "Don't do that." Now she's toned down. She's like, "You might want to do this." Now that I can actually freaking hear the speech that she's using. And that's like tough guy me needs Xena, and I can totally understand that now. I'm beginning more and more to understand that. But then there's vulnerable me, the guy that nobody gets to see. That's where Sabrina comes in, because Xena is a little too tough for that part of me, and Sabrina is more. She's not a 6 foot tall MMA wrestler. She is more average height. She's about my height, and she takes care of me on a different frequency, so to speak. And
Gotcha.
yeah, I'm still learning a lot with Sabrina, so I'm not really wanting to go too much into it. But they tag team. They don't really hang out. Xena actually said, "Well, we work together." I'm like, okay. So I can understand. I can relate to that. But apparently they don't hang out, and well, we're co-workers. We work together. I'm like, I got you. Common goals. I understand. And I keep reminding them, well, you chose to be here. And they said, well, you put us here too. And I'm like, well, you agree to it. Okay.
Well, it sounds like you've been very affected by a lot of what's been going on lately. It sounds like because you are very sensitive to these things, it's good that you've got a kind of counterbalancing interest out there. I think I kind of take it upon myself a bit, but like one of the reasons why I keep coming back to these streams is to like kind of remind you guys and also remind myself that even though a lot of this stuff is really interesting to find out about, as the angel said, do not be afraid. You know, we don't have to take it all on. You know, we don't have to carry the weight of the knowledge all the time. You know,
and all by yourselves.
Yeah.
These guys are not alter egos, dude. These guys are not alter egos.
Who said that?
I said that. They're not alter egos. That's what it sounds like you're getting to.
No, not really. Because like I'm not you, and like I can't make that call for you, and I don't know what your perception or experience of it is. Like that'd be really kind of that'd be just kind of saying like, oh well, I don't fully like believe you or take on what you're saying, whereas I do, like I'm kind of just open to it. So, you know, that's not really the issue. It's more that I recognize that, like, even though you have the sensitivity to these things to the extent that sometimes they weigh you down, it seems like that awareness has led you to make connections that are positive as well. Like, I'm not suggesting that that interaction is an extension of your personality. I'm not even that Freudian, you know what I mean? Like, I don't operate on that kind of scam Swiss psychiatrist kind of, you know, I'm way more, I mean, I realize I look like a bit of a boot boy, but I'm like way more of a hippie, realize, like,
Okay. Did y'all catch that?
I don't.
He faded
I
out.
wasn't even sure where he was going to.
Yeah, I know what he means.
It's
I guess
not
what
a
I'm saying
coping
is, like,
mechanism.
I'm not even suggesting that.
Okay.
Like, look, with me, there's never, ever subtext. Ever. Like, ever. I'm so
Okay.
literal, you know?
Right. I think what he means is that because you're so open to all this stuff, it's sort of attracted some positive help.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you.
Yeah.
I was. I was
That's
hearing
what I got.
something.
That's what I got.
No, that's exactly what I was saying.
Sounds like you should mix those two together and get what I have. I've got Jennifer Hahn, but she
Jennifer
really
Hahn?
exists. Yeah, she's my instructor in MMA.
Oh.
Master Hahn owns a studio, but Jennifer Hahn's actually my instructor. And she didn't win her last fight in England the other couple months ago, but she's going to try again. But anyway, you need somebody that's a combination, so you don't have to go after each one.
There might be some context I'm missing there, Joe.
Okay.
Airplane?
Kind of like missions. Yeah, helicopter. Like squishing them into one. Is that what you mean, Joe?
Yeah, put them into one.
Oh, well.
I don't think it works that way.
If it was a psychological thing, yeah, maybe. But I don't think this is. I think this is a totally spiritual thing happening here. I don't think it's psychological.
I don't either.
I don't even really believe in, like, mental illness, to be honest with you. Like,
that's funny because I actually studied psychology in college and in high school, and I'm not getting that vibe either.
No.
Because
no,
as
but
you
I
guys
mean,
know,
generally as a concept, there's like a lot of the things that we brand mental illness are like shamanistic qualities. You know what I mean? Like, they just have difficulty. They sometimes find like a negative expression because we don't know how to deal with them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Nathan has a lot of the equipment to, like, kind of channel
Process.
that and, like, deal with it and, like,
I've worked with
test
ED
it. He
students.
also tests it as well. Like, he tests, like, just with the goggles. Like, he didn't 100% buy into it. He tested them out, you know? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, with the goggles. I'm still skeptical about them, and I think I need to stop doing that because a lot of this stuff is leap of faith. You have to unlearn a lot of what you learn. I can't believe I'm quoting this book that I've been reading about remote viewing. So much of it is applicable here. You have to, and Star Wars, you have to unlearn what you have learned. And it said that in the book, but it quoted someone long before Yoda, right?
yeah.
And I don't remember who. I kind of am trying to quickly get through it, but there is no quickly getting through this book.
Like Master Hunt says, you will be teenager when you finish this week.
If I wasn't open to the possibility that what you were saying was true, like I just have no reason to be here otherwise. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Yeah. You were drawn here, dude.
yeah.
You were drawn here because stuff is I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling stuff is going to open up for you in an unforeseen kind of way.
I think it kind of already is, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm
Um,
on the verge.
it's-
I'm on the verge of something, that's for sure. I mean, like, the past couple of months have been like bit of a challenge, but like I have so much gratitude for where I am. Like it's like a power, you know, like it's given me a power, like back.
Yep, I know exactly what you're
Um,
talking about. That's why I was having problems on my other internet life with the
Did you have
negativity.
Did you have a shitty stream last night or something?
Well,
Did
I
you just
wasn't
have
in
a
it.
shitty one? All right.
Max's stream was just, and it's been like that for the last 4 weeks. It's just like, dude, I come here to chill, and you're like pumping up the negativity, like you're buying into it. I know he likes getting the views and the clicks through the negativity in a way, his ranting, etc. And I'm like,
Max
that's not
is
what I came in.
he's very high octane, and like I don't necessarily watch every stream, but
Yeah, I'm
like
having a hard time doing it.
I've kind of reached a bit of an endpoint with a lot of those streams about gaming, just because I
Mhm.
want to focus more on painting and actually playing. Like,
Right,
you know,
and
like
I've been taking a page from you and Fritz, trying to be, like I said, a force for positivity.
I'm not
And
getting enough stuff done. Like, just and like I have to get off the train of like there's a new game out and we all get excited about it and buy it and then it just sits on the shelf.
because
Like, I don't want to be on that.
I've never been on that train. As you guys know, I'm all about the old stuff. Why go out and buy something when you already got something? And like we were talking about earlier, we're all drawn into this stream right now. And
I look at Max's streams as like Vegemite. Like, I don't have Vegemite every day because it's like super salty. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
that's just how I like view it, because I have actually had disagreements with him where I've said like, can we oppose the wokeism and Marxism without becoming like puritanical drips at the same time? Like, can we just find an easy middle road?
What I was trying to tell him and everybody else, that's why I had to leave. Is like, they're he's basically trying to like help pit two of my other friends against each other, and I'm like, why are you doing that instead of highlighting all the good things that they have in common, and how we're all drawn to this hobby for the positive aspects instead of the negative.
The thing is, those guys are they're so final in their conclusions about things that I just don't take them seriously. Like, they're just like, absolutely, this week, this set of rules is the best, this mechanic is the best, your portrayal of this fantasy creature is wrong, it can only be done this way. I don't buy into any of that. Like, there are so many different worlds that we can go to. We can go to a world where orcs are just evil and like covered in slime. That's perfectly okay. We can go to a world where orcs are a proud warrior race and they get their energy from doing war. And all of a sudden they're like, it's like, well, they're not necessarily still evil, but their motivation is going to pit them against us. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get enough time playing with other people to make these hardcore pronouncements about how things should be done. Like, I just don't. Like, I wish I did.
And one of the reasons I think we're all drawn here is the positivity, the acceptance of completely different, not completely different, but different points of view and potentially different opinions on things, and that doesn't change anything.
I was feeling a little bit down and like kind of not participating as much, but I'm really glad I came in today. You know what I mean? Like, and everything that Nathan says that I've heard for the first time, I'm like, I read such far out stuff on the internet that like it doesn't faze me at all. Like, you know, I'm open to it. That's what this is for. You know?
Exactly. And we all want to know more. And this is the for me at least, it's the best way
If the last few years have taught us anything, is like our understanding of the nature of reality is like lacking, right? There's so much going on that we're just not even privy to all around
Well,
us.
yeah, we were sold a bill of goods, and you know, somewhere down the road, we saw behind the curtain, and we know there's something behind the curtain, and now we want to, you know, look behind the curtain more.
Smoking gunman, man. Smoking gunman.
Mm-hmm.
And right back to quantum, because that is the key. I think we're going to get there to see behind the curtain. And our blinders are so welded onto our heads that it's going to take that quantum string to be able to slip out.
You just reminded me of that story. I don't know if it was from Dante's or what have you, where the people had their arms were long forks.
Yeah,
and
I know that story.
They couldn't feed themselves, but they could feed each other.
Right.
And each one of us is like, well, instead of having those forks, we've got like the screwdrivers or whatever tools it takes to unbolt those those blinders that are on each other. You know, I'm helping you take yours off. You're helping me take mine off.
I mean, just more practically, Shadow. It's
James
not a problem. It's not a problem for me to try and figure out how this StreamYard's bullshit works and try and do some daily streams where I'm just doing modeling stuff. If you want to hop on, you know, during the week when you got a free minute, if you need to, because like a lot of these streams that are about like controversy in gaming, like I'm done with them. Like I'm just not interested in them.
Exactly, you know, and I have you to thank for a whole bunch of it. You and Fritz, you know, I could have gone down that road, you know, but
it's so easy. I hate the like I'll be honest with you, even though I'm no longer kind of like a young, full of piss and vinegar leftist, I hate the conservatard just always being on the back foot, always reacting to things, always just kind of turning outrage into a consumable product. It's not productive. It's boring. It's really boring.
Right. And we're all bringing our own sort of brand of positivity.
I'm not saying that that's what Max does at all, because like I'll tell you one thing, if Max ever publishes a set of rules, I guarantee you they'll have been gone over with a fine tooth comb. Like they'll probably be amazing, right? But I just don't care about like what fat-headed Americans are like yelling at each other about. I just don't. And
we don't even care about it over here.
Yeah.
We just kind of get caught in the crossfire over here.
Like I live in El Paso, Texas. We can't argue about it because 60% of the people aren't white, and nobody has any privileges. But everybody's poor. But
yeah. Like, well, that's the thing. I mean, I didn't come from much, so like a lot of these arguments are like luxury arguments to me.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, my God.
They have the time to waste on it, you know, instead of, you know.
I just don't. My health isn't great. I don't. I like any time that I devote to that, working myself up, is time that I'm not doing things that would actually make me happy. You know.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know about you guys, but you know, I have always been looking for answers for a whole lot of questions that nobody has answers to, and you guys are like some of the closest things I've found to some of the answers that I'm looking for. There's a whole lot of other questions I've got, you know, but maybe over time, you know, we're going to do the same thing for each other, you know. We all have our own expertises and skills, points of views, and abilities, and you know, no one guy can do it all by himself. You know,
Yeah,
you need other people to to network with, connect with, whatever you want to put it, to make a good team. And that's
I just want
that's
to
what we
do.
are.
I just want to do hobby stuff and hang out, and also talk about some of this stuff and get to the bottom of some of. Like, dude, I've been reading paranormal stuff for a couple of years now, and I feel like all I have is more questions. You know?
And that's why I admire Nathan, jumping out there. I should have put that book weeks ago, but I just keep putting it off, for whatever dumb reason. That's like one of the biggest, things I've wanted to know about forever. I mean, obviously I could be tempted to do some bad stuff with it, but at the same time, not really. I'm more excited about, the things I can see. The idea of being able to, remote view places that are not here on Earth, that blows my freaking mind. I mean, even if it's just a hallucination or whatever, I can't do that, just with my imagination. I can get like that vague kind of, half-assed, like 10% sort of visual in my head about it, but
Well, because of my limited out of body experience, I have tried the same. I tried to go to Epstein Island.
Oh boy.
I think he's joking.
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to check it out.
I think the time to check it out is kind of past.
Yeah, I know,
I think.
but like that's why I felt safe doing it.
No, okay.
Oh,
Because there was
okay.
Someone had
No,
done.
I don't mean. I don't mean that.
Someone had done a drone flyover.
That's what I mean.
And,
That
like,
would have been the time.
I was
That would have been.
watching heaps of like the drone footage and trying to like get it in my mind's eye and be like, trying to. I wasn't like literally trying to go there, but I was like, it starts with a working model in your head, right? Like a visual model in your head, and you go from there.
Actually, no, it doesn't start with a visual model. It starts with you need to go here, and they give you the most abstract thing that they can think of. Like they're going to start talking about. I haven't gotten that far yet, but it's going to start talking about map coordinates. Okay,
Right.
I have a feeling I'm going to start learning really well map coordinates because
Right.
I only have a vague idea behind them. Like you have lines this way and you have lines that way. And you kind of triangulate them. And I'm like,
the only reason I made the observation I did, like said that it starts with a visual, was because that's how I triggered my out of body experience by picturing myself from above. That's
Right.
how I managed to like occupy that space by like
Okay.
picturing it. And so I thought maybe I could go there by building a good picture of it, first and kind of like meditating. But
right.
I do know from like the very little bit of like documentation around it that, like you say, like there's a lot more to it, right? Like they've got to train for it. And
Yeah, there's a lot of Eastern philosophy in it. And they say you have to adapt a lot of Eastern philosophical ideas to let go of your ego. Not so much like the old phrase, keep your mind open, but not to where your brain falls out. Keep your ego down, but not to where you are a victim.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of, my words.
Yeah. Well, it's dangerous out there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Even
you're flying pretty blind on the way, right? Like, from what I can tell.
There's no on the way. You're there. And that's where I link it to the quantum realm, because there is no travel time. There is, you're there.
I think he's confusing this with astral travel.
Astral projection?
Maybe.
Yeah, astral projection. That sounds more like what you're describing. Well, you said it, but what...
Well, I don't know if you guys have noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but and I know this sounds really weird, but I'm not so much sure about what Joe's like specialty is. Even if it's like at zero level, but each one of us has one of those or more, disciplines, talents, skills, whatever you want to call, that are along these lines.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could teach each other some of the ones that we already have, or learn how to use the ones we have through, our hanging out, we're like James is learning things about his, out of body experience, and I'm trying to learn, the remote viewing and stuff like that. We would make for an incredible, case study, as it were, on all of these things, because I have my own abilities or weird things that have happened that keep happening, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be interesting to see because I've always wondered, is it a born thing? Are you born with these things? Is it a learned thing? Is it genetics or heredity or environment kind of argument?
Well,
this would be an interesting.
I think it's a
Kinda
bit
like
of column
piano
A,
playing.
column B, right?
yeah,
Like
I've been reading about it, and some people say you have to be born with it, or more people are born with it than not. I'm starting to think ever since this quantum stuff happened, right? Everybody's got this. That's again something the starseeds say, that we are all starseeds. We're just coming in with a certain role, and oh, man,
But it's like piano playing. There are some
you
people.
gotta.
There's some people that can practice,
Yep.
and
suck and never get good.
right. And there's other people. They come along and like like an idiot savant, sit down first time, play with the keys a little bit, and then start playing a waltz.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if any of us have that. As far as these abilities go.
Well, clearly you were born with.
I did write you a theme tune, Nathan, but I think I'm going to do you a fresh one.
Do me a fresh one. You going to do me a fresh one?
No, I didn't want to say anything because he wrote a song for you for your show.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
when you're ready to show it,
I wrote an intro track for your show, but I think I might do a better one.
Oh,
well,
keep
I would like to hear the workup.
Yeah. Well, Shadow's got it in his Discord. He can forward it to you.
Do I?
Yeah. Just go back into the Discord. The file will still be sitting there.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot.
That's all right.
I actually got to give everybody emails and stuff too, because I'm really bad about that, because it's just one of those things I'm just not great with remembering certain things lately. But
that's all right. You sound like you've maybe been through the ringer a little bit over the past couple of days.
Just it was great up until Friday.
Right.
I don't like seeing my friends fight, especially when
I had that a couple of months ago. Remember, like I had the same reaction because people were really getting stuck into Connell, and I mean, like I realize it's the easiest thing in the world, but at the same time, I kind of felt like, it was a bit of a pylon, like.
Yeah, and that's the way it was with Shauner last night. It seemed. And I'm just like, they're all my friends, all of them. Some a little bit better than others, only because I know them better or whatever. And I'm like, what's the fucking point? You know what I
thing
mean?
with-
At the end of the
thing with
day,
genre as
they
well-
all love the same shit.
The
You know
thing
what I
with
mean?
genre as well is that he's got such a unique take on things. It's like you got to kind of look after him a little bit, keep him around. You know, like
This guy's a fucking genius.
yeah, he's got a lot of insights. I mean, he doesn't always say stuff that I agree with, but I'm interested. You know, like I'm interested.
Hmm. But like I was saying earlier about Nathan, you know, you that aura thing. Okay, that's that's like not a beginner level skill, but depending on how you look at it, it kind of is. Okay, let's look at it like that. It's a beginner skill, right? Which is like right off the bat showing you that you're on the right path. You know what I mean? You should pursue that thing that you're doing now.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and mine was with seeing things that are going to happen and then they happen. Okay, and some other abilities too, but that's the one I can show physical evidence of. Not you know it's diminished over the years. It doesn't happen as often, but when it does, it sort of morphed into instead of it presenting itself one way, it does it in another way now. You know, like spidey senses, if you will.
I'm just
And
gonna help. I'm gonna help provide the psychic fitness program so that you guys can all flex your skills safely.
Okay.
James, you got one too, though. You got
It's
one
too
too. I don't
bad-
know what Joe's.
bad
Just
one program won't-
just the OBE, like just the Order of the British Empire, like the out of body
That's a
experience.
biggie. That's
Yeah,
like
but it's
in
not,
some.
I've never been able to recreate it. That's the thing. Like I've never been able to. But it was so. And meeting that old Egyptian lady years later and her confirming all the details of it, it just blew my mind. You know,
Yeah, I
like
haven't
Well, see-
heard this story.
Yeah, you have
I have?
I think I might have like
with the silver
briefly-
cord.
Yeah, so like I had an out of body
Oh,
experience
okay.
as a teenager, and the exact details of it were recalled to me years later by an old Egyptian lady that I was friends with who used to run a shop near me. I'd go
Okay.
into the shop and like chat to her, get friendly with her, and she knew all about it, like right down to the silver cord connecting me to my body and everything. And it was like, okay, I'm not a wacko. This really is a thing that happens to people.
Right, but see, that's like a biggie in some circles. That's considered like a huge ability. Okay,
It is a biggie.
and being able to do it one time just means that you out of the 7, let's call it 8 billion people on the planet, there's like 10 people that can do it. I know that's probably not even close to the number, but it's a tiny amount of people that can do it. Okay, being able to do it once means you can do it more if you put your mind
that's
to
what
it.
I've tried. I'm trying like from time to time. Every couple of years, I'll remember, and then sort of try and get back into that state of mind. You know.
Well, read everything you can on it. And find practice. Try different techniques, different things because you've changed. It hasn't. Whatever works is good. Right. Whatever works is gonna work. You just have to refigure out how it's gonna work for you, so to speak. Same as me. Real quick, I'll tell you mine. My dad used to do gun shows. Every time there was a gun show, we'd go, and he'd sell stuff and have tables and do that thing. Okay. And when I was a kid, I was a huge fan of the Flying Tigers. Okay. I had like half a dozen models on my ceiling with all my spaceships and other things hanging from the ceiling. Well, one day, we're getting ready to go to the gun show. It's Friday night. We're getting ready to go to the gun show on Saturday morning. And we get to the gun show. Everything's cool, no big deal. And I remembered the night before, I had a dream where my dad had me take something to another table and ask them if they were interested in buying it. And I don't want to talk about what it was because for obvious reasons. And I remembered in the dream walking to the table, I looked down on the ground, and there was an original Flying Tigers patch. okay, from a shoulder patch. And I remembered the dream, and I'm like, as soon as my dad handed me the box, I'm like, oh my God. And I started running right to the location, and there it was. And I still have it. Okay. And that sort of thing. And mind you, I was like 10 or 12 years old at the time. And I've been able to, I've had that happen more and more. And then it kind of stopped because of certain things I was doing. Again, don't want to talk about it because I'm sure you can imagine, I was doing things that were interfering with that.
They add
And
static to the line.
right.
Yep.
And now that, I'm older and things are, different and better, I'm healthier, etc. I'm starting to have little bits of that come back. And I want to get that back. If I could train or whatever to do that kind of thing again, to me, that's
Not a
kind of a
problem.
biggie. That's a biggie, right? You know
That's
what I
a
mean?
biggie.
To my mind, it starts with learning to meditate and learning to meditate your way, not necessarily in the lotus position on a silk pillow floating down the Ganges. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not sure what Joe's is, and he doesn't have to share if he doesn't want to or whatever.
Well,
but I'm
Joe
certain
has
that
literally been trying to get a word in edgewise. I didn't want to interrupt because y'all stories are good and valid. But both y'all need a candle. Go to Dollar Tree. You go to Poundland. Just watch the candle. Joe, you're up.
Well, for some reason, I apparently appear as a novice here. And,
no,
Joe
not to
is
me.
the sage.
I've long given up on teaching covens, and as Nathan just said, I've gone sage. But only Nathan brought me back out of that, and it wasn't on purpose. He just started the show, and for some reason, I was attracted to turn on the computer that night and
Quantum, man.
isn't
see
that
what
the
he
way
was
though?
doing.
Like,
I wrote it down.
And I don't want to toot my own horn, but one of the things I was told in my previous job with the micro expression reading is that I was what they call a natural. I didn't need to be taught to understand what they meant and what was going on. And as soon as I saw Joe the first time, I knew, he may be quiet most of the time, but those gears are running at top speed, and we're all open minded in wanting to learn. And if Joe's got stuff he wants to share with us, I will be here every fucking Saturday.
yeah,
Well,
Joe, don't confuse our mouthiness and precociousness with knowledge.
Well, I'm sitting here and just basking in Nathan's growth since he's left us here. I'm very proud of him.
Well, I saw it too. He'll attest to that. I kicked him in the ass to do this, and like I said, everything happens for a reason, and I don't know what the reason is, but you know, still looking for that smoking gun, and I can't think of a better place to look than right here, right now.
Yeah.
Nathan, when you think about like how you were presenting the stream the first time up to now, and like how you're good at like getting things back on topic and like bringing people in and keeping abreast of comments and stuff, you're like masterful at this now. Like great.
Well, I don't know about masterful, but I've been doing, thanks though, but customer service work for a long time, and
Maybe
I know how
Roger Delgado's masterful. How about that?
Okay. But the past has helped. I've managed to get, like, in my store, I had a loose cannon dude, and he was all the time causing trouble and just mouthing off. He had PTSD, and he was doing his best to manage, and hats off, right? But um, somebody, Alex, Joe, you might remember Alex. He was the guy that helped him set up the. He needed an old copy of Windows, and I had it. It was way old, way gone, and I had a master copy. And he was able to, like, get his things set up, and he was like, "Oh my God, you saved me in this project and my company and all this stuff." And I'm like, "What can I do for you?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't know, man. Just go forth into the void, whatever." He goes, "Okay, well, let's just do lunch then." I'm like, "Okay." But Alex said, he's watched me calm down a whole room of people who were at each other's throats. I might be glossing that up a little bit, but he's watched my store go from chaos to not chaos, and me just easing everything. And I'm like, well, that is part of it. Like setting rules and stuff. Okay, I want us to have some guidelines to, like, keep it positive. Don't like I tell Colin, not Colin. Don't apologize, right? I said, don't apologize. Just say it, because we don't need context. We've got the experience of all the bad stuff behind us already, and yeah, I keep thinking Colin Baker,
Connell.
Doctor Who.
Connell.
I keep thinking Connell. Yeah, sorry.
If they'd just gone with Colin Baker's, like, dark blue and black costume idea, it would have gone a lot better, I think.
Well, let's tell Connell to dress like that.
There's a
I'm
version of the Sixth Doctor in, like, action figures where they have his alternate costume where he doesn't look like he's stepped off a stage production of Joseph, and he looks a lot more dapper than he otherwise would.
Yeah, or like when he was on Lake 7.
Yeah.
No, that's a little Judas Priest, but yeah.
Okay, but thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. And
yeah, man, you're a good facilitator. The only time I qualify my statements is because, like, sometimes I do like a bit of a spicy topic. I'm not afraid to frazzle drip, But
holy shit, dude! Have you ever seen that?
No, and I don't really like. I almost feel like some of the most extreme stories out there are actually misdirection. Like, I think evil is a lot more banal than that. Like, at least I hope it is.
well, the so-called good guys are super banal with all
the so-called good guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
You try and build a bridge and they just blow it up.
Okay, Bridge Over the River Kwai.
What a great film.
Yeah.
Honestly.
But yeah, I have I don't know how to say it. Shadow, you definitely helped me get this going, and yeah, I got a lot to thank. Oh,
dude,
you said,
hold on. Your video feed, sorry, I'm in the garage, is flashing. I don't know if anybody else is seeing it. Like right now, it's flashing with, like, I can almost see literal words like covering your face. It is so fucking weird.
Well,
I can't see that.
I'm not seeing it on two screens. Well, phone, computer.
Joe, you're not seeing it either? That is so fucking weird.
That is weird. You know, I got banned from 4chan. I thought that was federal interception for sure.
No, it's literally like I can't make out the words, but it's like a black screen with white words flashing every couple of seconds on your screen.
Only my screen. Only where I'm at.
Yep.
You just went to mute for a second there, and now, but you were still talking. Yeah, there's some weird stuff happening.
It's like subliminal messaging kind of thing. Have you ever seen that? It's exactly what it looks like.
I did a special, and I themed a bunch of my college using that subliminal messaging. I actually found a program. I'm not seeing anything like that. I don't have the fancy monitor that I can adjust the frequency on the fly now. I used to be able to do that. Yeah, there's a multi-sync monitor, and if you hack into it a little bit, you can cause it to show stuff, and it's kind of an error, right? But it doesn't stop working. But the multi-sync monitors, what they'll do is that there's a trick to them, right? You can mess with them, right, with their circuitry a little bit, and you cause an error to where the frequencies will intercept each other, and you can put stuff in there if you want. That came up in my studies, but is it still happening, Shadow?
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah, I was trying to find that patch so I could show you guys, but it's my garage is a disaster.
You got
right
a
now.
mirror?
Woof.
Hold the tablet up to a mirror. My feed will be able to see my feed. I got you on a big screen over here.
Why do I get the weird feeling that it was Joe casting a spell? He's like, I'll show
Because
you
now it's
guys
stopped.
what I know.
Now it's stopped.
They
stopped.
heard us. I've been hearing beeping ever since the Black Ops show.
He's like, you guys are rank amateurs. Watch this.
That's not a denial, Joe.
Yeah.
Not.
I think I'm the only one here knows that, yeah, he could do that.
Certainly not.
I wouldn't put
Just
anything past him.
Just based on the test oscillators behind you, Joe.
There's more in front of me.
Do you ever record like just the output and stuff? There's quite a good market in electronic musicians buying old test equipment now and just recording the drones and sampling them.
No, I don't sell any of it for that purpose. These are just in for repair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed you were working on something earlier. You had like rubber gloves on and shit.
Well, I don't want to get shocked.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the voltage on some of those would be like not as regulated, right? Like
New regulators were very good. But I don't know what you mean by not as regulated. They are
well, when I worked
higher
in
voltages.
biomedical, I'd be working with like 1 to 12 volts, like nothing that's gonna fry you. Whereas some of those old oscillators and tube amps and stuff.
Yeah, higher voltage, yes.
Yeah.
But regulation on them, it's a different thing altogether. Some of those regulators, there was a little more loss than what there is in the current regulators, but They
Yeah, I think he means when you
very
open the
stable.
box, you have lightning in a bottle. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you break the seal, open the box, and take the ground off, yeah, you need to be very careful.
Actually,
I
this
really
is a
wanted
small
to
one.
build my. I really wanted to build my own synth at one point,
Capacitor.
but the more you end up building a synthesizer, the less music you end up recording because you're spending all your time soldering.
Go ahead,
I
Joe.
don't see why that should be. Now, this is a small one, and if you were to pick this up without discharging the circuit, this one could have 50 volts on it. 32 volts is enough to kill you. So that's got more than enough. Now, we've got some. Nathan helped me pick these up. We got some huge ones here,
Mm.
in which you have to keep shorted on the shelf, because if you don't, they'll pick up static from the air, and the next thing you know, they're biting you.
Yeah. Big time. They're the old school, the kind that they had on the poles outside and in power generator rooms. I think they were new old stock. When they upgraded the hardware, they didn't need them anymore, and they had stocked them up for the next 30 years or something. And I don't know what.
That's when Peter Dahl company, the transformer company, went out of business.
Oh.
Oop.
What the hell was that?
That was him disappearing.
And what?
Hey, L. Hey, L.
Right?
We're on now.
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah.
Okay, L. How do you see the rest of us, L? He was comparing Coddle to Pertwee.
Oh yeah.
Connell is Pertwee, yeah.
Just a second.
All normal. You call this normal?
I meant if we were going to play the doctors, that's all. What doctor am I, man? I know, the master. It's cool. Don't worry.
Which one?
He was the master.
I thought you said the bastard.
Yeah, the bastard. Sure. I'll take that.
I thought you said the bastard. The master's great. I mean, I don't.
Oh, you are Eccleston. Hella 9.
Yeah, he's the best modern doctor anyway. He's the Sweeney doctor.
I like Tennant, but that's me. But that's cool. Yeah, thanks. I'll take that as a compliment.
You and 1,000 other housewives.
Yep.
Yeah.
Check this guy out, man.
So, Joe, what do you build this stuff for? Is it for paranormal purposes or audio?
You got a proton pack in the back room?
We are in the back room.
Oh, okay.
No, like I've said the last time, sometimes like Michael Thompson of MIT asked me to do something, or radio operators asked me to repair some equipment or something.
Mm-hmm.
They just know. They just know a good technician.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not him, but.
Yeah, I was just slightly above board jockey in my time.
All right. Well, I've always repaired at the component level.
Yeah, I was getting there. I was certainly getting there. But it can really wreck your health if you do it in the wrong places and for too long. And yeah, it's I was doing mine in hospital basements and crawl spaces and
Right.
really not ideal environments. But yeah, I do miss it.
9,000.
Hey, Jackie, how you doing, bud?
9,000
You should be
volts,
sleeping.
5,000 amps.
Whoa, yeah, no, I never worked with anything that even close to that powerful. I would have
Yeah, as far-
fried my eyebrows off.
You know, as far as technical stuff goes, Joe and I, we are kept in people's back pockets when all else fails.
Not me, man.
Well, maybe
Not
you
me.
guys can help me. Maybe you guys can
I
help
don't.
me start
Okay,
an
when I
analog-
say back pocket,
an
I
analog
don't mean. I
synthesizer
mean we're the
company.
secret. We're the secret weapons. Because we understand how the shit goes together. We're not sold out to the company.
You guys can help me start a new synthesizer corporation to rival Roland and Korg and Yamaha.
Just got back from where, sport? It's midnight. Did they
is
take
that-
you to a party? That's my son, yeah. Lava Lord's my son.
That
Okay.
says that on his birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Lava Lord.
He's
Okay,
king
well.
of fire, I'm telling you.
Glad you came back, or stopping in, or whatever.
No, because he's not home. He's at his aunt's house.
He had to stop off to dispose some helpful advice to Kanye. He had to calm Kanye down on the phone. That's why he's home late. He's like, look, dude.
You know,
He's like,
that just
I get
seems
it.
so appropriate. I have no
He's like,
idea why.
I get it, but you've just got to wind it in a bit. Because you're just hurting your brand, man. You know, if you conceive a child with an actual witch, don't expect being able to see it.
Yeah, I don't have the context, but okay, it sounded funny, so. Okay, guys, I think we're about to wind down. It's all good.
Sorry, sport. You came in late. I hope you had fun. Call me later if you can.
Yeah, it's all good. Okay, so I've taken quite a few show notes this time, and I'm happy with what I get to put up after the show. And yeah, we done good. I really am grateful for y'all for coming around, staying around. And James, don't disappear on us, bro. It's okay. Come on
Seriously.
back. Wherever you are. You don't have to
Yeah,
disappear.
it doesn't seem the same without you, to be honest.
You're a founder of this.
He's a Cheshire cat.
You're the founder. You're one of the founding members. You were here first show.
Founders?
Yeah.
Is that a Star Trek reference?
No.
No, and he leaves. I'm telling you, he's the sniper, man. The drive-by sniper, man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to end the show, and yeah, I think we did good.
Hey guys, stick around after the show just for a minute, okay?
Yeah.
When you shut it down, because you.
Yeah, for everything, for everybody watching, who is watching on every plane of existence, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. I will have more to say about dicyanin exposure or dicyanin experimentation in the coming weeks. I'm not giving this up because I'm mixing it up with astral travel and remote viewing and ghosts. So thanks for coming in, everybody, and back to work.